My name is Rob Clements. I'm from Elmwood and represent Legislative District 2, which is Cass County and eastern Lancaster County. I serve as chair of this committee. We will start off by having members do self-introductions, starting with my right.
Senator Anna Wishart, District 27, Lincoln and Lancaster County.
I feel like I should introduce the rest of the senators. Tony Vargas, District 7, downtown South Omaha.
We will let these introduce themselves. Lauren, would you introduce yourself?
Mr. Lauren Lippincott, District 34.
Steve Erdman, District 47.
Thank you. Assisting the committee today is Tamara Hunt, our committee clerk. And to my left is our fiscal analyst, Nikki Swope. Our page today is Kate from Kansas, a UNL student. At each entrance, you'll find green testifier sheets. If you're planning on testifying today, please fill out a green testifier sheet, hand it to the committee clerk when you come up to testify. If you will not be testifying but want to go on record as having a position on a bill being heard today, there are white sign-in sheets at each entrance where you may leave your name and other pertinent information. These sign-in sheets will become exhibits in the permanent record after today's hearing. To better facilitate today's proceeding, I ask that you abide by the following procedures. Please silence your cell phones and electronic devices. Move to the front chairs when you're ready to testify. The order of testimony for bills will be introducer, proponents, opponents, neutral, and closing. When we hear testimony regarding agencies, we will first hear from a representative of the agency. Then we will hear testimony from anyone who wishes to speak on the agency's budget request. When you come to testify, spell your first and last name for the record before you testify. Be concise. We request that you limit your testimony to 5 minutes or less. Written materials may be distributed to the committee members as exhibits only while testimony is being offered. Hand them to the page for distribution when you come up to testify. And our other page is Malcolm from Omaha, UNL student. If you have written testimony but do not have 12 copies to distribute, please raise your hand now so the page can make copies for you. And now we will begin today's hearing with Department of Veteran Affairs. Agency 28. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator. Members of the Appropriations Committee, good afternoon. Senator Clements, members of the committee, for the record, I am John Hilgert, Johnhilgert. I'm Director of the Nebraska Department of Veterans Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity for me to state our support for the budget proposed by Governor Tillon. We would respectfully request the committee to support the additional 4 issues currently not included in the committee for their preliminary recommendation. The first issue is to account for inflationary increases. We, as well as all Americans, have experienced inflationary increases in different essentials. The second and third issues account not only for the increases in salaries and wages, but also for the continued and projected successes in hiring as a result of those actions taken by the state in attracting and retaining teammates. The fourth and final issue we would like to ask you to support is the reappropriation for the military base deployment and support fund. Although work has been done and progress has been made on implementing this program, the funds of that program have not yet been expended. These 4 issues are supported by the Tillon administration, and we would respectfully ask you to include them in the Appropriations Committee biennial budget for FY 2023-24 and FY 24-25. That concludes my testimony, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Director. Are there questions from the committee? Senator Erdman.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Thank you for coming today, Director.
Absolutely.
So maybe if you could give us a brief update on how's it going in Scottsbluff.
How's it going in Scottsbluff? Our census is around 68. We are moving away, is just a little background. We've had some agency staff there to make sure that the cares were up to where we both wanted them to be. We're moving away from that, and in a short time, I hate to make an exact commitment on certain things because there's so many variables that you don't have control of, but I think we'll be admitting very soon. When we had the issues about the staffing and about some cares that you brought to our concern, one of the things we did was we slowed down the admissions. We made sure that we could have those cares available. We hired agency staff to staff up, and currently we have a contractor that is operating and kind of doing a top to bottom review. One of the things that we want to make sure is that when we begin admissions again, that we do it in an environment that is solid, that is transparent, and that the management has the tools and the skills to go forward.
Good. So 68 seemed to me like last year you were at 83. Is that something?
Maybe not last year, but could be. We have stopped admissions, and as you know, over time, the census does drop.
So what is your capacity there?
The capacity is 103.
103.
It's the smallest of the 4 homes. It is heavy in assisted living. And frankly, we have started actually talking to some of our county veteran service officers and had to get a waiting list so that when we are able to admit, we are able to admit in the levels of care of which we have open. As you know, 25% of the home is the maximum it can be for non-veterans. Those are generally spouses, widows. We have to maintain at least 75% veteran, and we want to make sure that when we start admitting again, we can get that done with veterans and get up to where we want it to be.
Are you able to staff it with local people rather than traveling people?
Well, that's the agency staff. I'm sorry, the travelers is I'm using our parlance, we call it agency staff, but the travelers is what we've had to utilize of late to a certain extent. And we think we can be done with that in a very short amount of time. Only when we're done with those travelers are we going to start admissions again. We want to make sure that they're state teammates, state employees that are providing that care, not travelers.
So the people you contracted with, you think they're doing a decent job? Are they?
I think they're doing an outstanding job. I think one of the things that we contracted with is that we wanted them to do a whole review, top to bottom. There were some areas that they said, hey, you're doing pretty good at. There's some areas that we can learn some things from. But one of the things we didn't want to do is have them come in with preconceived notions.
Right.
They said, here's what it is. Here's the place. Come on in. Bring whoever you need to come in, and I want a top to bottom review.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Other questions from the committee? Senator Dorn?
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Thank you for being here. You said Scottsbluff was the smallest. They had 60-some
Right.
in there of the 4 hospitals. Do you know what your current patient count is of all of them?
I could add that up. We have 105 at the Eastern Nebraska Veterans Home. We have 152 at the Central Nebraska Veterans Home and 132 at the Norfolk Veterans Home
And then
at this moment.
And
And
68?
68.
Thank you.
We are close to capacity at Eastern. We have bricks and mortar. We have beds and sheets. We don't have staff. Staff is the biggest variable that we have to work with. We cannot admit if we don't have the staff to take care of, and that's just the way it is.
In relationship to that, what you just said,
Yes, sir.
staff is, are you part of, I call it some of our state employees that got pay raises, or where is that at? Or are you on your own and you developed the pay raise? Or
No, we're not on our own. We're with all the state classifications. For example, a registered nurse is a registered nurse, whether in the Department of Corrections, Health and Human Services, or the Department of Veterans Affairs. So we, as a group and as a team and as a state, negotiated, planned, sought funding for those increases. And yes, we did get some.
Great, thank you.
And they've made a difference, Senator.
Other
Thank you.
questions from the committee? I had one regarding the reappropriation of the Military Base Deployment Support Fund. My notes say that we did approve that
Okay,
with the carryover balance.
it was just in our notes, Senator. Thank you
Okay.
very much for that action. I
All right,
appreciate it.
We'll consider that one approved. I've heard from people who said they went to the veterans home and were told they'd have a fixed price, but their monthly rate has been increasing. Is that standard practice?
I wouldn't know who would say we have a fixed price. We have a sliding scale. Some people pay nothing. Some people pay a maximum. A maximum would be, what is our current maximum? Yeah. It's about, I don't have the exact number. The maximum cost of the veteran's home is approximately $4,400, give or take, and we can get you that exact information. Some years ago, they used to stair step it. It used to be flat for years at a time, then you'd have this huge increase. The decision was made by the Veterans Home Board, used to be the Board of Inquiry and Review, to index that for inflation based on one of two indicators. One, a market basket approach of long-term care facilities and medical inflation, or the Social Security cost of living. And they would take whatever's highest, we would get there, and that's what the rate is, the maximum rate. There are deductions for different things. For example, if you have a spouse living outside the home, there's a deduction for that. Also, it's based on also your ability to pay. If you don't have the resources or the income, we're not turning you away. When we admit someone to the veterans home, we go in order of the date of application. We don't cherry pick. We don't go down the list and say, well, who has the most resources? Let's admit those. They didn't do that when they volunteered to serve the United States in the armed forces. Okay. We're not going to do that now. So we just take next in line.
And then the sliding scale, depending on resources,
Yes.
can be 0 to 44.
Right.
All right, thank you. Other questions?
Sorry, I just had one.
Or the-
So with the pay increases, thank you very much. Thanks for being here today.
You bet.
With the pay increases that you're asking for, where does that put you in line as a competitor in the private sector then with your employees' pay?
Well, a couple of things. The pay, we're asking for the resources to fund the pay increases. The pay increases actually were derived from this administration negotiating with NAPAPS and coming together for a raise. So we're just asking for the funding. Where that puts us in the private sector is an interesting question. That study is done by the Department of Administrative Services, Health, Human Resources Department. I'm going to be kind of speaking for them, so I'm not going to be able to get down too much into the weeds. But what they do is they factor a couple of things. They factor what the state salaries are for example, registered nurses. And then they also factor in what our peer states are comparables through the Commission on Industrial Relations. And they come up with the number, and then it's negotiated. We have found that our current pay structure is competitive. We are slowly staffing up, and we need more Nebraskans right now. And then also, Senator, it varies by community. Scotts Bluff, Nebraska may be different than Bellevue, Nebraska, as far as the ability to attract. We're essentially fully staffed in Bellevue at Eastern Nebraska Veterans Home. It's a factor of the population center that you have to draw from. It's more of a challenge in Scotts Bluff. It's a big challenge in Kearney.
So are you looking to staff the ones that are not fully staffed? And I know this
We
is
are constantly looking to
it's a
staff.
widespread problem across.
It is a
all of
widespread
these
problem.
facilities.
One of the things we were doing, we're certainly advertising, that's easy. We're inviting high school kids to come and look at the experience to say, hey, I can be a CNA. And we can reimburse. And by the way, when you come to work for the veterans homes, we pay you a training wage as you're getting your certification for a CNA. So you're actually making money while you're taking those classes. If you want to advance your career in the health industry for an LPN and RN, we'll reimburse your tuition for that. So you can make a career with the state of Nebraska, and we'll be there by your side as you go through that. Other things we're doing, we're looking at different schedules. One of the things we did in Scotts Bluff was to redo our scheduling. I can't speak extremely down the weeds on that. We're looking at 12-hour shifts. There's different things we're trying to consider to attract more and more teammates.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Director. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I'm going to invite Senator Bostelman, who has told me he'd like to testify. He's got a hearing to get to.
Certainly.
Senator Bostelman, please come forward.
Appropriated this year.
Thank you, Chairman Clements, and good afternoon, Appropriations Committee members. My name is Bruce Bostelman, spelled B-R-U-C-E, B-O-S-T-E-L-M-A-N, State Senator, representing Legislative District 23. I'm here to ask the Appropriations Committee to maybe take a little deeper look into our veterans' homes and what's being paid there. And specifically why I ask that, if you look at Program 511, and look at the other things we get from fiscal, there's no breakdown really is what we're increasing and what those costs go to. And why do I speak to that? I want to speak to that because my father went into the Central Nebraska home 2 years ago, February 18th. He paid $3,896. Last year, he paid over $4,300 a month. This year, they just raised it. He's paying $4,730 a month. The increase has been almost $1,000 in 2 years. So my question is, if we increase budget, the people who work at Central are great. The people that his care providers, his nurses, that are great people. They treat him well. He likes it. He does well. But my concern is if we're raising the budget, or what are we as a state responsible for paying? And I agree, and the director said it before, it's by means. If you can pay means, you do, and I don't have a problem with that, but it's how much we're raising and what we're really paying for. Is the state committed to paying for a certain amount for our residents or our veterans who are there? Then what is that now? That should be appropriately applied. I don't think that raising in 2-year period, almost raising $1,000 a month on an individual is what we should be doing. Maybe it's a little bit less than that, but even if you go $400 a month times 2, even it's $800. That's a significant increase for a person that's on fixed income, that has income coming in. So I'm just here to ask you to maybe take a look at this along with the director. How is it that we're paying for residents who are there? What does that breakout come out? Should we be doing more for veterans? I can just speak to my dad. It's $4,800. So how much are you paying when you have means? Assisted living, $4,800 now a month. That's less than what you're going to have to pay in a private. I understand that, but I'm going to come back to, as a state VA, these are veterans. What is the right way to approach that and what that number should be? I just want to make sure that when we vote, or as you put the budget together and approve that budget, that we're taking a look at that we're treating our veterans the way we should be treating them as far as what they should be paying, what they should be required to pay. I think they should be required to pay a certain amount, but I think we should have a more active part in what that might be. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee? Senator Dorn.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Thank you for being here. You and I have had a little bit of discussion about this before. I guess what direction are you looking at this headed? Are you looking at an interim study this summer, or not that detailed?
Well, the director and I, we've had conversations over the last year or so about this as well. Possibly, straight answers maybe. What is it? How are we charging? What's the formula for charging? Is that what we really need to be doing, or should that be changed? Do we need to have an interim study? I don't think so. I think maybe we just ask, because each of the veterans' homes has their own budget, right? They all do their own thing. So maybe the question, it's just a direct question, is how are we deciding what those rates are going to be? And how does the budget and any increases we do affect that? And is that the right amount we should be charging?
Thank you.
Other questions? I see that the increases, the numbers you're giving are, each one of those was a 10% increase. I thought the director said that they were using an inflation index. We'll have to investigate that. Are you asked to provide your father's income or resources
Yep.
yearly?
Yes,
So
every year.
then
Yes,
they're
we do.
evaluated.
And we do that. Yep.
All right.
And as I said, I think it's fine for those veterans who are able to pay, have the means to do that. But when you're on fixed income, I think we need to look at what is it we want to do for our veterans, pay what they should, but $1,000 for 2 years, that seems to me to be a bit excessive.
All right. Seeing no questions. Thank you, Senator Bostelman.
Thank you.
And others that would like to testify on the Agency 28 Department of Veterans Affairs budget? That would be proponents, opponents, neutral. And I see no position comments, so that will conclude Agency 28. Next, we'll welcome Agency 33, Game and Parks Commission. A representative from the commission, please come forward.
That's what we appropriated.
Welcome, Director.
Now they actually spent.
Good afternoon, Chairman Clements and members of the committee. My name is Timothy McCoy. I'm the Director of the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission at 2200 North 33rd Street in Lincoln, Nebraska. I will testify regarding our agency programs.
Please spell your name.
Oh, sorry, TIMOTHYMCCOY.
Could you pull that microphone toward you slightly?
Is that better?
Yes.
All right. I usually try not to touch it. I will be testifying regarding our agency programs. I know that the Nebraska Environmental Trust Director Carl Emshauser is here, and representatives are from the Niobrara Council. They follow me. Those entities are within our budget for administrative purposes, but are independently managed. So I will start with the first thing, and the first thing is we do have a deficit request for our Parks Administration and Operations. This is tied to some of the things that we've been able to do to increase our wages to actually get the employees we need to fully service our parks. But we do have a deficit request in this fiscal year for $600,000 in spending authority in PSL within our parks system for temporary and seasonal workers. That would be from our Parks Cash Fund. We're not requesting general funds for any of this. If we're unable to get this increase in spending authority, we'll likely be faced with reductions in services we can provide in Nebraska's park system. This increase is due to some of the increased wages that we've been able to offer for our park workers, and has increased our ability to recruit employees, but I would say our wage structure is still below much of that of the private sector. When we looked at this, the other piece of it is our operations and maintenance request. At the same time, we've had significant increases over the last few years in our operating costs. We saw an increase in about $2.2 million in the park system in FY 21-22 over the previous year. And we continue to see some of those expenses continue to carry over. Now, at the time when we were in 21-22, we had not made the modifications to our wage structure for our temporary park workers. And so we were able to cover those additional costs from unspent personal services. This year, we are looking also at our operation and maintenance spending authority, that we are requesting an increase of 1.9 million. It would be all agency cash. It's based on the current and projected costs that we're seeing of vehicles, fuel, utilities, equipment, maintenance materials, and other goods and services that we use within the park system. I'll now talk about our operating budget requests. We do have some requests beyond what the committee originally preliminarily approved, and we appreciate your approvals for that. In Habitat Program 330, we would request your reconsideration for our adjustments to distribution of aid. The current budgeted amount identified is $50,000. We would request $300,000 each year. That would be a total of $350,000 a year. $250,000 a year would be for our Open Fields and Waters program. That's our walk-in access program that provides about 328,000 acres of walk-in access for hunting, fishing, and outdoor recreation. Those cash dollars will be matched to wildlife and sport fish restoration funds and will result in a potential $1 million impact for those funds. Also, in terms of our current pheasant plan, called the Bergeron Plan, we're requesting $100,000 each year. That again would also be matched to wildlife and sport fish restoration to have a $400,000 impact. And we utilize a lot of those dollars working with their end distribution of aid because we're working with private landowners on these programs. The dollars are going to private landowners that are interested in providing access or interested in doing habitat improvements for pheasants. In wildlife conservation, program 336, we would request a modification regarding the 5 new conservation officers that were in your preliminary recommendation. We would request that general funds be provided for 15% of their personnel costs. And those amounts are identified in your handout. That would be $63,184 in FY 23-24 and $67,225 in FY 24-25. With a portion of that being PSL in each of those years. We're asking the general fund request because the work that our conservation officers do as certified law enforcement officers is not always tied to the hunting, fishing, and parks, which is where the majority of their funding comes from. They are actively involved working within the law enforcement community, providing mutual aid to other law enforcement entities. They have a responsibility, just as any certified law enforcement officer, to respond to life, health, and safety calls, assisting other law enforcement agencies with warrants. We work a lot helping finding missing individuals and we assist in drowning recoveries across the state with side scan sonar that we have on boats with our agency. And then lastly, the law enforcement training that's required to maintain credentials. We do have an alternative if the committee doesn't want to consider the general funds for that ask, and that would be to propose that shift that amount of general funds from program 617, our engineering and area maintenance program, to program 336, and backfill those shifted funds with agency cash. The second concern we have on the law enforcement officers is it appears that we have the PSL, the general funds we just talked about, but it did not appear that it provided funding for the equipment operating expenses for new officers. And so we would request in all agency cash an additional $568,815 in operating funds for new officers in 23-24. Those costs to start up a new officer are much higher than the continuing costs. Part of that is they work typically from their homes and from their vehicles. So their vehicle and equipment, a patrol truck, radio equipment, the vehicle upfitting that needs to be done, and then each citation equipment that's required, because our officers are required to do electronic citations as our other law enforcement entities. Uniform equipments, and then the law enforcement equipment for firearms, optics, computers, handcuffs, batons, digital cameras, and a host of other items there. The training costs for the Nebraska Law Enforcement Training Academy, and then also the lodging and meal expenses for the field training program that we put our officers through, that is ran by our law enforcement division. In 24-25, that would reduce down to $145,860. Those are ongoing expenses, operating costs, fuel, required training, equipment, uniforms, vehicle maintenance, those sorts of expenses. In program 337 administration, we would ask reconsideration for $25,000 each year and some additional contract authority for interpreter and translator services. That would match what the governor had recommended and would be all from agency cash funds. That allows us to contract out translation of permit and online materials, as well as provide in-person translation services for agency programs when those are required by participants. In program 549, Parks Administration and Operations, in light of the deficit request that we are making this year, we're asking consideration to increase that temporary PSL by $600,000 in each year of the biennium, and the operating expenses $1.9 million, all is Parks Cash Authority. We know that you may consider not doing that. We may be back for deficit requests if that's where we need to be in future years. Planning and Trails, program 550, we would ask reconsideration of funding the additional contract services for $200,000 of cash funds instead of general funds in each year of the biennium. Those dollars are for maintenance work needed for trail repairs and resurfacing, repairs and cleaning out culverts, repairing bridge damage, doing weed control on the trail, and other contracted expenses. Those contracted expenses have increased about 157% over the last 9 years. And that is obviously the Cowboy Trails, an issue of it's a nationally rail bank trail, and we were given a responsibility by the legislature to manage that. The reason we originally made a request of general funds for this is when that was originally transferred, those responsibilities to our agency, there were general funds that were provided for several years, although in a tight budget situation, they were pulled back, and that was shifted to agency cash funds. When we move to our capital requests, we do have several. I will reinforce, I guess, in terms of our requests, we're very focused on the cash funds, agency cash funds. Most of those funds are sourced from our users, from park users, and from hunters, fishermen, and outdoors people. And so the highest priority one of those for us is the deferred maintenance upgrade and replacement, which is program 901. I did hand out a copy of the capital maintenance report. That report is something we do every year. It's required when they renewed the capital maintenance funding stream, which comes from sales taxes on boats and non-farm ATVs and UTVs. We have a deferred maintenance plan that we've put together with our commission. And as we look at fulfilling our reporting requirements, this program does have a sunset on it in 2027. Our goal is to continue to expend these funds and do those upgrades and replacements. We based on what we know, what we've saw in the last several years, the capital maintenance fund stream of revenue has been about $7.6 million a year each year. And so we would ask your consideration to give us the authority to be able to spend that and some of our NORDA and Parks cash funds in the next 2 years of the biennium. Our second priority is improvement to fish production facilities. We've started, we're at about 90% on design on on hatchery pond liners at our North Platte facility. Those would improve water use efficiency and also increase our ability to produce more fish to satisfy stocking demands. That project, we have about, I believe, 2.7 million that's setting right now in authority that we're holding to start that project. The project to do 24 ponds with new liners, with all of the other work that goes with that to lay those down, and new concrete for some of our ability to move fish in and out of those. It's coming in right now. The estimated cost that we have currently at 90% is about $5 million. So we do really need those additional funds to move forward with that project. The next one is Program 972, improvements to administration facilities. The Alliance District Office has two overriding issues. One is an under-slab sewer line that has failed within the building. We have a venting system on that. That's a temporary fix right now. And it does also have ADA concerns in terms of ADA accessibility to restrooms and in and out of parts of the building. We've had an external consultant and our engineering team look at this. Their recommendation is that we need to replace the facility because with the cracked sewer lines that are underneath the slab, there will be the need to open that up and take a lot of dirt and material that's had sewage in it. Program 969 for state recreation areas, we're requesting the $500,000 in each year. That's our annual commitment to our Lake McConaughey development plan. And the next big project that we're looking at there is a campground development of a full service campground at that facility, at part of our facility on the north side of the lake. Program 966 is for trails development. These funds are needed to repair portions of the Cowboy Trail damaged by the 2019 flooding, also known as the bomb cyclone. We have some portions of this that FEMA will not fund. This amount represents our match of 10% to secure some federal funds through RTP. $250,000 in the first year of the biennium and $500,000 in the second. Emergency repairs to wildlife facilities, that's $500,000 in the first year of the biennium. That's to complete a project that replaces the maintenance shop destroyed in the 2019 flood from George Sias WMA. Our proposed plan is to relocate that shop actually to Oak Valley WMA, which currently is where our staff are working from to cover George Sias. And that is up by Battle Creek. And the Youth Outdoor Skills Camp Facility, this is an interestingly named program. What we've been doing with this program is actually doing shooting range developments around the state. This would be to start moving on a themed shooting range at Buffalo Bill State Historical Park in North Platte. This request would fulfill a 10% match for federal funds that we can access to finance what is a $2 million project. And this is also a part of the Parks Master Plan that we put together at Buffalo Bill for the State Historical Park and State Recreation Area. That's $200,000 in the first year of the biennium. In major state park areas, Program 967, we are in the process of getting design done and are partway in for a design to replace the 1970s era indoor pool that's failing at Fort Robinson. Also part of this is improving ADA access and making the pool more family friendly. This would be an outdoor pool. It would include a slide features. It would include spray areas and zero depth entry. And would really be a great addition, we think, for all the families that come visit Fort Robinson, especially as we see our busy summer season when it's one of the most popular national attractions for family reunions. And then we'd like to ask for $500,000 in the second year of the biennium in parks cash to fully design a a education wing expansion at Ponca State Park. This design is something that is something in interest to us. Our education programs keep growing and exceed our present capacities there. And we also have a great partnership with the Better Ponca Foundation, who is really interested in fundraising for this potential project to be able to add that feature to the park. And then the last one is for emergency and deferred maintenance on the Cowboy Trail, Program 979. The funds that we currently have in our emergency fund will be depleted by expenditures to repair 2019 flood damage. We had culverts at Plum Creek and Cedar Creek that were not covered by FEMA. We're ready to hopefully pull the trigger soon on getting those contracts, but we already know that we would be $13,000 short. And so that's why the first year of the request is $163,000 and the second year is $150,000. That $13,000 is to finish up those projects. The other one is to have some authority that's available in cash funds in case we have another future emergency somewhere along that trail. That ends my testimony on requests, and I'll.
Thank you, Director. Are there questions from the committee? Senator Wisher.
Thank you, Director, for that very, very thorough presentation to us. In terms of the wildlife special use areas, one of the notes that we have down here is that the funding that you're asking for that 300,000 cash funds both years to cover the annual authority costs associated with upgrades for wildlife special use areas. We have a note that says when possible, there are certain funds that you have that could be used to get 75% return to cash funds. Can you explain that?
Yeah, those are part of the wildlife and sportfish restoration funds, commonly referred to as Pittman Robertson. On the fishing side, we have Dingle Johnson. Those funds are Pittman Robertson's excise taxes from hunting equipment, firearms, and ammunition that are provided back through grants to states for allowable activities. Those activities are focused on wildlife conservation and access activities. And also they have a small portion that are available for developing and operating shooting ranges, which that's also the money that we've identified in terms of program 955, be that same sorts of match. So.
Any questions from the committee? Senator Erdman?
Thank you, Senator Clements. Thank you, Director, for being here. I have a question about 972.
Okay.
The Alliance District office replacement. So you're going to replace that office there in Alliance? Is that what your intention is?
What's that?
Replacing the office completely?
That's where we are sitting right now, is to do a complete replacement.
What kind of facility is that? It's $2 million.
This was the estimate given to us by our consultants and engineering team to replace the office facility, put in also add a laboratory area so that we can use it as a place when we're necropsing animals and doing other laboratory related work for wildlife out there. They also have requested the addition of a small conference room. Our current facility and office is staff. It has a small kitchen and break area, has customer service area with a counter where we have staff there that provide public service and sell all sorts of permits to.
So you don't do any testing there now?
We do some testing there now. We have a smaller building in the back that doesn't have heating or cooling, but it is essentially used as a dry lab.
Okay. So would I be correct in assuming that if you build this facility, you're going to need more staff to facilitate that?
No, this is intended to be a replacement for the existing facility. It does need some redesign, just simply because of the way the offices were laid out are very uneven in the building. There's some very large offices and very small offices.
Okay. So where's that located now?
That is on it's on the west side of Alliance, on the north side of the highway, just as you get out of town.
Okay. So the other question I had is at 967. Did I understand you correctly when the 500,000, the second year is for design?
That's for design and seed money to start to look at that Ponca State Park Education Wing. It would be on the existing main building they have where all their other activities are at.
So do you know how much it costs for the design?
We've not started on anything on what the design would be for the project. I would expect part of any funds that were not used as design would be also used as some of our seed money to really try to get the donors to come forward to complete that project.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Lippincott?
Yes, sir. The Cowboy Trail throughout Nebraska is approximately 52% complete, if I remember that correctly. And your funds here, is it for completion of the trail or just repair of the trail that's been damaged by the flood?
These funds are for basically for just continuing to maintain the trail and for making those repairs. We did not add any funds in either of these requests for additional development. We do have 26 miles that are currently under development. If those get done, we still have 93 miles to go on completing the entire trail, and it's a big project. There's a lot of bridges, a lot of other infrastructure on that trail.
Senator Reardon?
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Senator Lippincott, question, brought another question in mind. You have 250,000 under 966 for the flood damage repair of the Cowboy Trail, and then down at the bottom, you have another 163,000. Why do you have that differentiated or broke out? Why shouldn't that be one deal?
Part of it is because of the commitments that we already have with our emergency and deferred maintenance that are matched to FEMA. We are looking at for many of these projects, some additional needs that they will not fund. The other issue we have for Cowboy Trail repairs, we had a channel movement on the Elkhorn River. We have a segment of our trail that is completely removed. The bridge is on the other side of the river. And we also know from FEMA, we will be required to take that bridge out of the old river, because the river channel is actually now moved and cut out the trail entrance.
You can do that for this much money?
We can when we can match it with FEMA. If it's a 10%, 90% match.
You need to work with a group that's doing the trail by Senator Clement's house. It's $8 million for 8 miles. You could maybe help them a little.
Other questions from the committee? Let's see here. It seems like I was thinking I had one. The 5 new conservation officers, are they in a particular area or are they kind of around different areas of the state?
Well, the original intent would be to, when we asked for 10, was to put 2 in each of the 5 districts we have around the state. I think with 5, we'll start by looking at where our gaps in service, and the other part of gaps in service is you get in parts of western and north central Nebraska, northwest Nebraska, you get a lot of distance between conservation officers, and in terms of having redundancy, if somebody's off one day, and not working a couple of days a week, so that we have coverage that continues to be able to get across those areas that serve issues that come up.
Yeah. Regarding the Cowboy Trail, do you own the trail real estate?
No, it's rail banked. The Cowboy Trail is rail banked. It was the authority was actually given to us through statute to accept that and to develop it as a trail. Under rail banking, though, there could always be if somebody decided, if they really decided there was a future need to rebuild a trail, a railroad on that site for transportation, they can come back and essentially take it back for that. And that's the rail banking part of that.
Who's administers rail banks? The railroads themselves or federal?
It's a federal, there's a federal group that deals with that, and I cannot think of it for the life of me. I can get you the information on it and pop it out of the statute
You're
for you.
somewhat a tenant lessee or?
Yeah, we have it. We quote, have all the responsibilities of owning it, but it's almost more like it's more like a clause. You know, it's a clause on all that property that if it's ever needed, it goes back. It goes back to if there's a railroad in it, is determined a national issue or for putting a railroad back in.
So this federal board or administration would have authority over allocating that. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, are there other representatives from the Game and Parks Commission agency that care to speak? All right. Are there other testifiers that would like to speak to the Game and Parks budget? Welcome.
Hello, I'm Jason Buss. That's JASONBUSS. I'm the president of the Nebraska Trails Foundation, and I'm also representing the Cowboy Trail Coalition. I've been fortunate to build trails in Nebraska for the last 15 years, and as the president of the Nebraska Trails Foundation, we're seeking your help to support the additional budget requests for the Nebraska Game and Parks. I'd love to be here talking about, and I did provide a map for a great stretch of trail out by Shadron that we'd love to develop. But our first priority today has to be getting the funds to maintain the existing Cowboy Trail. I can't get public or private funding to grow the trail if we're not taking care of what we've got. So that's my main focus today. I lead a lot of events and on the trail. I invite you all. We've got a 35-year bike event in Nebraska, Tour de Nebraska, that will go from Columbus to Albion to Norfolk and back in June this year. Part of that will go on the Cowboy Trail. And so it will bring more than 500 bike riders. It's been going for a lot of years. That stretch of the Cowboy Trail by Norfolk, Senator Dover took off. You know, we walked on it quite a bit. Here's out by Tilden, Nebraska. Here's the Ponca walking on their Trail of Tears 5 years ago. Unfortunately, if they were to do that same walk today, because of the flood damage, they would hit 4 different detours, more than 10 miles of detour because of the flood damage that needs to be repaired. And then there's a ton of other more minor maintenance items that need to be addressed. It's been years and years since the budget has been adjusted for this. And we actually lost the component, as explained earlier by Director McCoy. We need to take care of this asset. And so that's really what I'm here today to talk about. I think this is maybe 3 years ago. We do an annual trip to Neely. We love going out there and they have a drive-in movie theater out there and a lot of the Cowboy Trail out there. Both ends of Neely are washed out. They need to have that 10% match for the FEMA funds so they can go ahead and get those sections repaired. That's 2 of those detours right there. And then as he mentioned, 2 other detours are culverts, which FEMA considered prior damage. That's why that's split into 2 funds, just to kind of reiterate the discussion earlier. I was fortunate to attend Nebraska Land Rising Star Award for the Cowboy Trail and meet the few individuals that do all of the maintenance out there. These folks work really hard to do what they can to maintain the trail, but we need these funds to be able to make these big corrections to there Senator Takei and Gragert, former Senator Gragert, were there at that event, and they understand. And that's why with a lot of work with the Game and Parks commissioners and the commission director, we had determined the amounts that they're requesting for additional funding to fund the trail. You know, we have in Nebraska a really great asset, 52% complete across the state of Nebraska, more to be completed soon on the east side of Nebraska. And I've got miles I want to add out in western Nebraska. I think they deserve our investment as well. We really are part of something bigger, 54% complete across the U.S., as you see in the packets. And we just need help to maintain this resource so I can keep seeking funds to finish it. Any questions I can answer for you?
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Other testifiers regarding the Game and Parks Agency.
Good
Welcome.
afternoon, Chairman Clements and members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Carl Elmshorser, K-A-R-L-E-L-M-S-H-A-E-U-S-E-R. I'm the Executive Director for the Nebraska Environmental Trust. The only item I'd like to address were a sub-item under Game and Parks for the Nebraska Environmental Trust. The only item that I want to address is there's $86,500 that was set in there for the Ferguson House. I just want to explain what that's for. The trust is actually vacating the Ferguson House. There is a cash fund, which is called the Ferguson House Cash Fund, and that's how the expenses are paid out of it. That particular statute is in the trust name. And so as the trust vacates, in order for the Department of Administrative Services Building Division to pay for it, they'll need access to that fund. So what has been working with Lee Will and the Budget Division, as well as the administrator, as well as Department of Administrative Services Building Division, is that the trust would sign a memorandum of understanding to allow those funds to flow out of the Ferguson House Cash Fund to pay for the expenses. So that's what the dollar amount is based upon. These are not, these funds are already in that account. So it's not asking for additional revenue. The revenue already exists. It's the authority under the appropriation to expend the funds.
Are there any questions? Senator Wishart.
Well, thank you for being here today. On a separate topic, we've heard, I personally have had a number of emails from individuals about the transfer from the Environmental Trust to the Water Resources Cash Fund. Typically, as this committee knows, we have in the past set a priority designation for funds that would go to that purpose. But this would be the first time that there would just be a direct transfer. Can you talk to where the Environmental Trust stands on this issue? And I'd be interested in hearing from you on this, because we have heard, I've heard in terms of appropriation items, probably more about this issue than other issues.
And you may not like my answer, but the Finance Committee, the Legislative Committee, and the full board of the Nebraska Environmental Trust has taken no position on that item.
All right. Other questions, Senator Urban?
Thank you, Senator Clements. Thank you for being here, Mr. Elmhauser. So the 86,000 is going to pay for what expenses?
For the operation of the Ferguson House for a year.
So we're going to, this money's in your account now, we're going to transfer it.
You're not going to transfer any money. It gives the authorization for the trust out of appropriations to expend those funds. It doesn't hurt our normal operations, because now the Ferguson House is separate. And because the Ferguson House has its own cash fund, it would flow through the trust even though we're not there.
So where's the trust moving to?
We went through the RFP process through Department of Administrative Services, and we will be moving to the Telegraph District.
Say that again?
Telegraph District.
Which is 21st and something. Yeah. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Elmshauser.
Thank you, Chairman.
Other testifiers regarding the Game and Parks Agency budget. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Callie Keybors. I'm the Executive Director for the Niobrara Council, KALLIKIEBORZ. As you know, the Niobrara Council is a legislative created entity. We operate underneath Game and Parks. We're actually their Program 338. We're independent, but they house us administratively. When the council was created, our original budget was $50,000 from the state. That was back in July of 2000. That hasn't changed. Over the years, the money that's been available to the council from the Park Service has decreased. And so, what the council is able to do with those funding has also decreased. And so we're asking for an increase in our budget to address things that everybody else is wanting to address, cost of living, insurance, retirement, those types of things. If we were able to free up more funding, some of the funding for like my position comes out of our National Park Service budget. If we were able to receive more support from the state of Nebraska, essentially to create the Niobrara Council as an independent entity, then we would be able to use some more of those program dollars for work along the corridor in a lot of our different projects with education and pumping toilets along the Scenic River corridor, do more noxious weed programs. We support a gauging station there for visitor counts, landowner support. We have 2 conservation easement projects, things like that. So in saying this and in asking, I would offer that we would be open to any type of consideration if it would be something that would be over a biennium or over multiple bienniums or increments that we would be able to grow and adjust to with our budget. I mean, I think we would be open to any consideration. Thank you for your time.
Other questions from the committee? You said your 50,000 was originally set what year?
So the council was created in 2000. And we received a $50,000 appropriation at that time. Over the years, because of the fund that we sit in, if that particular fund receives a decrease, we receive an overall decrease. And so we were operating at $42,000 from the state for several years. We're back at that $50,000 level, but have not ever had an increase to that. I know the governor's budget does include a $2,500 increase.
All right.
So,
Other questions? Thank you for your
thank you for your
testimony.
time.
Are there other testifiers regarding Game and Parks budget?
Hello.
Welcome.
I am Lana Arrowsmith, LanaArrowsmith. I'm from Bassett here representing Niobrara Council, serving as the secretary. I'm a landowner owning a ranch in Rock County along the Niobrara River. I'm involved in politics also as I serve as the town mayor. The Niobrara is literally my backyard. I know it and I love it. Something I'm very passionate about amongst the thousands of others from all over the state. We are here today asking for an increase in funding. The council was formed in 2000. Since 2000, in that 23 years of time, we have yet to be giving an increase. And we all know what inflation has done to us in that period of time. The reason that we each have made this 10-hour round trip today is because we know the importance of the Niobrara River in the state and would like to become closer at being able to operate independently. I feel the funds we currently receive are not wasted, and as a council, we are extremely frugal. I welcome all of you, if you haven't already, to look into what the Niobrara River brings to the tourism part of the state of Nebraska and come visit us. Thank you.
Senator Wisher?
Thank you for coming all the way here. It was mentioned by the previous testifier that one of the reasons that this request has been made is that park funds have decreased over the years, the park services that go to fund your work. What is the reason for that?
Of the decrease?
Yeah.
That we get from Game and Parks?
Yep.
I'm gonna refer that to Kelly.
Okay, Kelly, I will follow up afterwards to understand that, just to get an idea of long-term, how your budget is gonna function.
Yes.
If services can continue to decrease.
Yes.
Other
Thank you.
questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next testifier.
I just reached out to you with an email to respond.
Next testifier regarding Game and Parks budget. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Chuck, C-H-U-C-K, Griffith, G-R-I-F-F-I-T-H. I'm currently president of the Platte Peer Group that manages the Dark Island Trail, past president, current vice president of Nebraska Trails Foundation, and I'm here to request additional support for the Cowboy Trail. I don't have a lot of data and figures. I keep track of the maintenance, the Cowboy Trail through Alex Duryea. I've known him for a number of years. And simply stated, the number of miles of that trail comparatively is just too much for volunteers. There's a group of 4 of us that maintain the Dark Island Trail. We're all over 70. And, we're continuously spending time on washouts, on limbs and mowing and spraying. There are people in Rushville, I think a gentleman in his 80s on an M tractor with a sickle mower mowing miles and miles of land. I can tell you that between Gordon and Rushville, they had high school students out there filling dumpsters for weeks to clear that trail, and it looks beautiful right now. The reality is there's such a long distance between some of those areas, and the Game and Parks originally got the Cowboy Trail kind of given to them, and there wasn't much preparation. I think another thing to remember is there's no revenue, there's no fees for that trail. There's no park entry, that sort of thing. It's a difficult lift for the Game and Parks Commission to do that and come up with extra funds, as you well know from other testimony here today. So I just hope you would keep that in mind. The need for that when the Great American Rail Trail gets across the state, it's going to be a tremendous boon to our economy as people traverse the state. And you may all be term limited out by that time, by the time it's developed, but it's going to be a really cool process and bring a lot of people through our state. And I think we first need to support the Cowboy Trail, getting it up into shape. One really concern of mine, we have a lot of veterans here today, is we had a group of warrior expedition. Basically, it was physically and mentally veterans that had to that were, I think it's the 2nd or 3rd year they've gone across the Cowboy Trail. And they had to leave the trail and go to country roads and highways, which isn't as safe. And I think we owe groups like that a better trail for them to use and in a safer manner. So.
All right, thank you. Questions from the committee, Senator Erdman?
Thank you, Senator Clements. Thank you for coming. So in the western part of the state, Rushville and that area, how many people on an annual basis or weekly basis, whatever you have, use that trail?
I don't have those exact numbers. I know there have been places where there have been trail counters. Typically, those trail counters around more populous areas. And I would say it probably comes in waves as different tour groups go through. It's also difficult. There's about every 20 or 30 miles is just a C-store or something where they can stop, and that helps. Travelers on the trail do bring a lot of money in. They spend a lot of money, and but I can't tell you exact
I'm
numbers.
just curious, because I drive that road not very often, but when I do, I've never seen anybody on that trail.
Well, and that's typical of a lot of trails. A lot of people go early in the morning, evenings, weekends. So it's rather sporadic. And I think it's a misconception. A lot of trails in different towns, people say, well, I drive by there every morning to work. That may not be a peak time. And, but that's understandable. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Griffin.
Thank you.
Other testifiers regarding Game and Parks Agency budget?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. I want to take a moment real quick for the people who are watching TV. We got about 50 veterans in the room today with us. It's kind of hard to know what's going on here. So thank you everyone for your service. And we're looking to make Nebraska better. So thank you for being part of the process. Members of the Appropriation Committee. For the record, my name is Aldo Leopold, ALDO LEOPOLD. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you. Did you pass out my handouts? Please do so. I'm passing out a handout here right now. I'd like you to look at the second page. It has a budget for the Game and Parks Department. For the record, I'm testifying in a neutral capacity. The Game and Parks budget is $43,850,978. Excuse me, I'm going to say that again. $43,850,978. That was for the last year's personal services, salary and benefits for Game and Parks employees. Doing the simple math, I divided that number by 50,000, thinking each employee probably gets $50,000. That equals to 800 employees. I think the Game and Parks Department has too many employees and not clear enough focus. Senator Bosselman was up here earlier and was speaking on the Department of Veterans Affairs and how they keep raising rates. I see the same trend with the Game and Parks Department. The money is not being utilized in the best manner. In all reality, I think the Game and Parks Department should have a bigger budget, bigger than the State Patrol's budget, actually. If you think about the number of individuals, the number of veterans who have shot a pheasant, who have shot a deer, who have had that moment where you're outdoors and you just connect with the blue sky or the water or the birds flying over. I mean, we should put more money into the Game and Parks Department, but it needs to be experiences. I could go on for a long time about this. I'm passionate about it. I asked for permission to speak to the to speak after this event. I would like to. Would you be willing to go into executive session and let me come back and speak off the record at the conclusion of this?
We don't have time for that today.
Okay.
We'll have to consider that. You could talk.
Second thing with the budget, I'm gonna use my time then. The second thing with the budget that I noticed, very back page, aeronautics. There is absolutely zero money that is spent for aeronautics in fiscal year 2021, 2020, 2019, 2018. I believe that is a opportunity for growth within Nebraska. I think appropriations should give money to aeronautics, and I think it could be tied in with the Game and Parks Department.
I can respond to that.
Please.
We combined the Department of Aeronautics into the Department of Transportation.
Transportation.
It's transportation and aeronautics now. So that's why there's not a separate line.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
They do have a budget for aeronautics.
Aeronautics is key, even with wildlife. There's currently a group of the Crane Trust. They fly an airplane every morning and monitor the Platte River. And they see Nebraska from a different perspective. When you're at 20,000 feet above and you see the Platte River just going off for 40 miles in a distance, like it's a beautiful thing. I recently pitched the idea to the University of Nebraska Kearney that we should start a flight across the Platte River for people from Lincoln to Kearney to see the cranes, to see the geese, to see the wildlife. That was one idea that we could have for Parks and Recreation. Parks and Recreation is doing a lot of good things. They're putting out a beautiful magazine every week, every month, I guess. And I think pictures play a crucial role. Pictures tell the experience. And if we're able to give more experiences to all Nebraskans, maybe get feedback from the veterans here, what would you like to see as a shooting range? Would you like to see a shooting range for 22 rifles, with rabbits? Would you like to see squirrel shooting? There's all kinds of good things we could do with game and parks. I appreciate your time, and that concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Leopold. Any questions? Seeing none. Are there other testifiers regarding game and parks budget? Either way, yes. Either proponent, opponent, or neutral. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Kimberly Stewart. It's KIMBERLYSTUHR. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today to share my thoughts about the Niobrara Council's funding request. I'm actually a proponent of the concept of the Niobrara Council in terms of its existence and mission to assist the National Park Service with managing and protecting the resources of the National Scenic River. It is primarily the council's lack of fiscal accountability to which I'm speaking in opposition today. Language about their mission, along with powers and duties and reporting requirements, are contained in Nebraska Revised Statute 72-2008. The statute says, on December 1st, 2016, and on each December 1st thereafter, the council shall electronically submit an annual report to the clerk of the legislature and the chairperson of the Natural Resources Committee describing expenditures made pursuant to the Niobrara Scenic River Act. According to the clerk of the legislator's webpage, the Niobrara Council has filed only 2 annual reports since 2016. The Nebraska Game and Parks Commission serves as the council's fiduciary agent. The state auditor's latest attestation report for the commission was issued in 2017 for the previous year. This report found a number of concerns with the council's financial reporting. The council did not submit invoices, monthly bank statements, or yearly individual audits to the game and parks as required. There was a lack of support for the council's expenditures. 4 of 9 expenditures tested lacked contractual agreements and documentation. Inaccurate accounting of payroll taxes, compensatory time was miscalculated, mileage expenses were over-reimbursed. I find it troubling that the Niobrara Council itself has never been audited by the state, yet it operates with complete independent financial authority. In addition to the council falling short on fiscal accountability, the council's actions do not seem to correlate with the statutory language of Nebraska Revised Statute 72-2008, which says in the Niobrara Scenic River Corridor, the council may obtain conservation easements as provided in the Conservation and Preservation Easements Act. The council has in fact denied the approval of voluntary conservation easements. The council denied the approval of 2 easements just this past year alone. One of those was for a permanent easement on the Hutton Ranch near Bassett, Nebraska. The easement was along a pristine stretch of the Niobrara River that was actually within the designated scenic river boundaries. In the council's 26 years of existence, they have acquired just 2 easements. Because of these issues, I hope that any further funding for the Niobrara Council is provided only if it is tied to stricter oversight of their activities and how their use of state money truly benefits the Niobrara National Scenic River. In your handouts, I've also included a copy of a testimony from 2015. Everything in it actually still applies today. So thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Other testifiers regarding the Game and Parks Agency budget? Welcome.
My name is Tim Knott, and I live at, I don't know if you need my address, but I live in Lincoln here. I'm testifying on my own behalf in a similar vein to the previous testifier.
Would
and
you
that
spell
is,
your name, please?
Knott.
Tim?
Yeah. That is, I have questions about how the Niobrara Council has been using the money that they have had allocated to them in the past few years. The biggest moment of contention, I guess I would say, is about in 2016, the council had an opportunity to move ahead with the National Park Service acquiring Rocky Ford, the main focus of canoeing on the Niobrara River. The purpose of acquiring that property was so that a visitor center, an educational center could be established. Because of a massive opposition from certain landowners, they voted against the idea of letting the National Park Service acquire that property to build a visitor center on a 10-to-1 basis, or 10 negatives, 1 positive. Even though that would be a major benefit as far as education and enjoyment to the public if that visitor center could be established there. And as I think the previous testifier mentioned, they've turned down a lot of other pro-conservation measures like conservation easements in the past. So I think everyone should be thinking about, are they doing their jobs the way they should be doing it to conserve that resource? It's one of the greatest places we have in Nebraska for recreation. Thank you.
You got other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Knott. Other testifiers regarding Game and Parks Agency budget. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Bruce Kennedy, BruceKennedy. I reluctantly come before you this afternoon to oppose the budget, the money that the Niobrara Council is seeking from this body. And I say reluctantly, and I will continue. The Niobrara National Scenic River is one of the most outstanding natural areas in the state of Nebraska. It is utilized by just about everybody that seeks some kind of a outdoor activity. It is also very important to the city of Valentine, as well as some of the other communities that actually benefit. It is actually an economic driver for these communities. The people are going to assume that it's going to stay the way it is, but I think we all know that it probably isn't. And unless some type of protective measures are used along the river, it is not going to stay the way it is presently. I would like to be able to take my grandchildren up there and show them the river that I saw when I was a kid. But if we don't take these measures, the river will change, and it will no longer be the scenic river that we've all enjoyed so much. We have always been supportive of the Niobrara Council, but in recent years, we have observed that the Niobrara Council is stepping away from the plate rather than stepping up to the plate on measures that would actually benefit the wild and scenic river. This is our reason for opposing their funding. we would sure like to see them take their rightful place as good partners with the Park Service. But we have observed in the past few years that this just isn't happening. And that's why I stand opposed today to their funding.
Very good. Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Senator Erdman?
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Thank you for coming. Can you give us an example of where they should step up to the plate that they're not?
Yes, I can. Just recently, they turned down a conservation easement from the Hutton Ranch. Audubon of Kansas had submitted an application for a conservation easement, and this was turned down by the council for, I don't believe there was a good reason.
Was it a perpetual easement?
Yes.
Very good. Seeing no more questions, thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else regarding the Game and Parks Commission agency budget? Seeing none, we have position comments for the record. 3 proponents, no opponents, and none in the neutral capacity. And that will conclude the hearing for Agency 33. We'll open the agency for hearing for Agency 40, Motor Vehicle Dealers Licensing Board. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Clemens and committee members. My name is Josh Eichmeyer, JOSH-EICK-MEIER, and the Executive Director for the Motor Vehicle Industry Licensing Board. We're a small but mighty cash-funded agency that regulates the motor vehicle industry. We license car dealers, manufacturers, and some financial institutions. The motor vehicles that we're speaking of, as you may have guessed, are cars, trucks, motorcycles, trailers, and manufactured homes. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about what we do or the budget as proposed.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
All right, thank you for your time.
Testimony. Are there any other testifiers regarding Motor Vehicle Dealers Licensing Board agency budget? Seeing none, that will conclude Agency 40. We'll open up the hearing for Agency 52, State Board of Agriculture, parenthesis, State Fair Board. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, Chairman and Committee. My name is Jamie Parr, Jaimepar. I am the Executive Director for the Nebraska State Fair, and I have provided you a written report of what I'll go through with you this afternoon. The Nebraska State Fair as an organization will host the event called the Nebraska State Fair on August 25th through September 4th, and the Exarban Stock Show on September 21st through the 24th of 2023. As an entity, the Nebraska State Fair exists to recognize the achievements of Nebraskans, celebrate youth and fair traditions, and showcase agriculture, while providing educational and entertaining experiences for all. The State Fair's fiscal year follows the calendar year. For the year ending December 31st of 2022, the fair presented a net income of $2.3 million as compared to a budgeted net income of about $200,000. These numbers are unaudited, but the regularly scheduled third-party audit is nearly complete. We'll have a final audit detail and summary presented to the State Fair Board on March 17th. The State Fair Board obviously enjoyed a very positive year in 2022. The fair ended with revenues about 20% over budget. The increase in revenue beyond the budget is due to a number of factors. Factor number one is the Nebraska Lottery. Quarterly allocations from the lottery for the quarter ending December of 2022 was the highest on record. The 3 previous allocations were also in the upper tier. As a beneficiary, the state fair receives 0.1% of the Nebraska lottery proceeds. Factor number 2 for the increased revenue in 2022 was the weather. Weather is one factor of which we cannot control, but that contributes so much to our opportunity for success. 2022 was the very best weather year that I have experienced in my 24 years with the Nebraska State Fair. Factor number 3 is significant growth in a number of operating revenues in 2022. The most improved revenues included the Nebraska Lottery, concert sales, gate admissions, booth and concession rentals, carnival ride commissions, sponsorships, and beverage sales. In addition to the fantastic highs in revenues, the state fair kept expenses at 2% less than we had budgeted. Our largest expenses include wages, equipment rental, show and contest premiums and awards, entertainment, and media buys. The Nebraska State Fair Board has approved $940,000 in capital improvements for the 23 fiscal year. These improvements are in process with bids and quotes for specific investments. Those investments include IT, such as video screens, audio improvements, and firewall protections. Those investments also include a outdoor concert venue, livestock panels and pins, heavy machinery, water bottle refill stations, windmill repairs and enhancements, leaky roof repairs, and more. In the most recent 2 years, the Nebraska State Fair completed a strategic plan and a master plan. The Fair Board reviewed those documents again last week to update priorities and overlaps and dependencies of the projects within. The board has prioritized projects for moving forward and look forward to start implementing those in the next 2 to 3 years. What needs to be done first are our ARPA projects. ARPA funds were awarded to the state fair to control storm water flooding and pooling and to bring necessary improvements and enhancements to the Fauner Park campus. The Nebraska State Fair, the Exarban Stock Show, and all the events held at Fauner Park in Grand Island will benefit from the infrastructure improvements afforded by ARPA. State Fair and engineering firm Olson & Associates are currently underway with updating bids and identifying what opportunities will allow some smaller ARPA project pieces to complete before this year's State Fair and Stock Show. With strategic project planning, the fair intends to start moving forward on implementing some of the master plan priorities when the ARPA projects near completion. Nearly all stakeholders of the Fauner Park campus contributed to the campus-wide master plan and for the ARPA project tasks. The Nebraska State Fair is a quasi-state agency. The Fair Board has opted to follow the state's financial transparency to the best of our ability, and the organization is financially sound. If you have any questions or comments, I'd be glad to receive those.
Thank you, Director Parr. Are there questions? Senator Erdman?
Thank you, Senator Clement. So you mentioned about the lottery. How much funds did you get from the lottery? You know?
Last year?
Dollar amount?
Yeah, just over $5 million.
$5 million?
Yeah.
Okay. So have you solved your water drainage problem?
So that's what the ARPA funds are going to help the campus with. So we're just now better getting clarification on the rules and the parameters around using those funds. So that is our intent over the next 2 years. Yes.
Are part of those funds going to pave some of that area where we had to park when it was raining that year?
At least to pave the drive lanes. There are some pretty specific requirements about the funds, especially on the environmental side. We're not able to pave parking lots. We need to use permeable pavement in some instances, but we do intend to regrade and to vastly improve the parking lots that you're referring to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Dorn?
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
That you said that auditor report will be sometime in March here available.
Yes.
Is that available to the public then, or after your board meeting, or what, how, or where is that going to be accessible to?
Yes, Senator, thank you for asking. And we do post all of our minutes and financials, including the audit, on our website as soon as they're approved by the State Fair Board.
State Fair Board. Well,
Yeah.
thank you, because this report here is a lot different than, as you know, you've had some issues in the past years, and this is very good to see this. Thank you.
Much time and effort has been put into making this improved for all of us. Thank you for recognizing that, Senator.
Other questions? So it is true that you budgeted for a net income of 200,000 and you have a net of 2.3 million? Is it up that much?
And that is true, sir. Yes. And
Okay.
so much due to the lottery. I need to be grateful and appreciative of the funds that were afforded because of Amendment 4.
Okay. Very good. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Any other testifiers regarding the State Fair Board budget? Seeing none, have no position comments. And so that'll conclude Agency 52. We'll open a hearing for Agency 91, Nebraska Tourism Commission. Welcome, Director.
Good afternoon, everybody. Senator Chairman Clemens, members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is John, John, Ricks, R-I-C-K-S, and I'm Executive Director of Nebraska Tourism Commission. I'm here today to briefly summarize the success of our efforts as we've recovered really rapidly from the pandemic, and also to address a couple of issues we included in our budget request. Tourism in Nebraska is the state's third largest industry and is a strong contributor to the economic growth of the state overall and in communities large and small. In 2021, the industry totaled about $3.5 billion in visitor spending, supported nearly 40,000 jobs, and generated about $192 million in tax revenue. Success at the state level also trickles down to the local level with lodging tax from county levies totaling a record $26 million in 2022, up 22% from the 21.4 million in 2019. It's important to note that Nebraska recovered really rapidly from the immediate and devastating effects of COVID-19. The industry was projected to return to 2019 levels sometime in mid to late 2023. The industry actually returned to pre-pandemic levels in 2021. And then 2022 came around and more all-time records were set. Visitor spending totaled an estimated $3.966, a 13.2% increase over 2021. And the increase of $462 million in visitor spending is the largest ever in 1 year. State tax revenue generated by visitor spending in 2022 is estimated about $216.8 million. That's up about 13%. Travel generated employment totaled about 39,600, up 9.8% over 2021, and really close to pre-pandemic levels. Finally, lodging tax collections in 2022 set a record at $7.4 million. It's a 17% increase over 2021. And that 1% lodging tax provides most of our budget. And it should be noted that the industry growth is actually accelerating through December 2022. 10 of the last 18 months have been record-setting and 8 of the last 10. So charts showing all this growth I've included in the packets for visitor spending, tax revenue, employment, and the lodging tax revenue. In a nutshell, the tourism industry in Nebraska is really strong, growing rapidly, and tourism and its industry partners are excited for the future as we continue to establish the state as a vacation destination for leisure travelers, a meetings and convention location for business and association gatherings, and a location for sports-related tournaments and championships. With this in mind, let's look quickly at the two budget issues that are most important to the continued growth of the industry in the state. The first issue relates to our request to increase the commission's spending limit from the current level of about $7.4 million to $10 million. Increasing our spending limit will enable us to continue to invest all the revenue being generated through our primary source, the lodging tax, and our other revenue sources that include advertising in our visitor guide, on our website, as well as our merchandise sales. As a cash basis operation, with the rapid and accelerating growth of the lodging tax revenue, it's important that the spending limit accommodates our needs for our seasonal campaigns for vacation travelers, our efforts to maintain and increase programs with our industry partners in attracting meetings and conventions, and our continued efforts in sports marketing, motor coach, and other kinds of segments domestically and internationally. We've included the most recent quarterly projections of lodging tax revenue with this handout today. It shows that lodging tax will be at an estimated $7.64 million at the end of this fiscal year right now, already beyond our existing spending limit. Together with our other revenue, which is an area of $500,000 a year, you can see we'll be over our $8 million in revenue at the end of this fiscal year. Further, the projections show that at the end of fiscal year 25, lodging tax is estimated to be at about $8.38 million, which really is around $9 million when you add our other revenue on top. The request for an increase in spending authority will help us at least continue our current momentum at this time. The second budget request addresses a what-if question that has been swirling around in the heads of industry leaders for the past few years as we've watched performance records being set year after year. What if Nebraska had a budget not competitive with all other states in the country, but just with our bordering states? Another chart in your handout shows that the national average for a state travel office tourism budget in 22 was about $22.4 million. And the marketing budgets, which of course is a subset of that, was about $12.5 million a year. Closer to home, tourism budgets for our bordering states averaged $15.3 million, with marketing budgets about $7.7 million. During the same period, Nebraska tourism's overall budget was about $6 million, with around 3.7 for marketing. Another way to look at it is that Nebraska's present budget resources are about half of the bordering states. And we're in competition with them for leisure travelers, meetings and conventions, groups, sporting events, all kinds of things on a daily basis, 365 a year. Nebraska's tourism industry is going faster than our peers, however, and we're in danger of our promotion efforts just totally being eclipsed and losing a critical moment for the state. A one-time injection of funds now, $5 million a year for each in the upcoming biennium, would do a number of things. First, it would make Nebraska competitive with bordering states so we can continue to climb the ladder where the state is now ranked 45th in destinations that people are likely to visit, up from 50th place just a few years ago. It'll enable the expansion of geographic and segment targets so we can create awareness of and interest in visiting the state by reaching more people outside of really it is a fairly contained regional market where we actually promote. And finally, further accelerate the momentum and growth of the tourism industry in Nebraska immediately. We believe that we're waking a sleeping giant here of an industry that's growing rapidly, and now is the time to put the accelerator down to see how much larger the industry can become in the future. During the upcoming biennium, the plan is to study various funding mechanisms for tourism. Senator Lowe is introducing a LR legislative resolution to create a study committee to come up with a competitive and sustainable model to fund the growth, to fund our rapid growth for the tourism industry into the future. Thank you for your time today, and I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the committee? Senator Dover?
Yes, thank you for coming today.
Yes, sir.
I was just reviewing the state tourism office budgets, 21 to 22, and I just noticed that it seems as though the state's bordering Nebraska. It's surprising to see a difference from 60%, 59%, 68%, and then the lower ones, 28%, 30%. Is that just due to a different funding structure?
Sure. We don't have the time to go into funding structures today. Some are basically a lodging tax, like our 1%. There are other levels of lodging tax. Some take 2%, some take 3%. There are TIDS, tourism improvement districts, which can be areas within a state or an entire state entirely, where more than lodging is included. They include.
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt. I don't think I stated my question correctly. My question is why is there such a difference in the percentage spent on marketing as opposed to the total budget for tourism?
Let me try to. You looking at the sheet? Let me see what you're looking at.
State tourism office budgets where it shows the state's bordering Nebraska and the percentage spent on marketing.
All we did was wanted to see, this was a question when we were putting this together with our board. All somebody wanted to see was how much of a total budget was put into marketing is all it was. So this just shows that some states are much more inclined to spend more of their money in marketing and some on other things. That's all it was. Excuse me.
Senator Honduras.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for being here today. It was interesting listening to your testimony, and I was wondering, in particular, Iowa, Nebraska, or Iowa and Kansas, what they're spending until I saw your last page here, which I automatically thought that's obvious because there really aren't very many attractions in Kansas or Iowa like Nebraska. So I don't know about this compared to the other surrounding states, I would say. So it makes sense to me that they would have bigger budgets, say in Wyoming, Colorado, because there are so many attractions to advertise for.
In the states themselves?
Correct.
Yeah.
And then Iowa and Kansas only spend, to Senator Dover's point, only spend 37 and 30% of their budget on advertising their state.
Yeah.
I would guess because there aren't very many things to advertise in those states.
I don't know if I can speak to that accurately. I think probably that's the thought.
The thought process.
Okay. Well, understand that tourism for any state economy is a revenue generator. And the only way you do that, only way you can generate that income is to advertise and get people there so they spend. I don't know the answer to that question. These are just numbers that we pulled in and actually confirmed with the state travel offices.
So I see we were 50th in destinations and now we're 45th.
Yeah, that's from something called the Portrait of American Travelers.
Okay.
That study's been going on for, I think this was the 30th year. So it's been tracked for a very long time. And they ask a question, over the next 2 years, how likely are you to visit whatever state? So when I started here 6 years ago, Nebraska had held down that, I guess, unenviable position for a very long time, well over a decade.
So can I ask you, if you increased your spending, what would you advertise that you haven't been already to attract more people?
We would probably keep the same strategy going on, and what we need is more eyeballs. We need to talk to more households across the country. We really only advertise right now in Denver, Kansas City, Des Moines, Minneapolis, Sioux Falls. We just did a test last year in Madison, Wisconsin, and Oklahoma City. Where we're really trying to get is Chicago. Right now, we're going to do, hopefully this spring, we'll test and do some testing in Chicago, a little more in Oklahoma City, and even Milwaukee, because the traffic flow is east to west. And just those markets of Chicago and Milwaukee, and if we did go like Wichita or back into Oklahoma City, that would basically increase the number of households we reach by 74%. So it's a big, big step. We just don't have the dollars to get there. Why the topic even came up was because we've seen some I guess the word call it is softening in some of our basic measures. We look at web traffic daily. When this campaign started, our web traffic was a little under 300,000. This year, we're going to be just about 1 million. But in the past year, even though the business has been really good, that web traffic, which means to us, the people shopping the state, because we weren't anybody shopping us before. The people shopping the state is starting to soften a little bit. We've gone double digit for the last X number of years, and we're down to the 7-8% range now. That's the only softening we've seen, but we really do need more eyeballs right now. We need to talk to more people, because more people are discovering that Nebraska isn't what they perceive and haven't perceived for years. You know, the flat and boring, nothing to do, and all those kinds of things. When we get people here, they find out different things. And that's what's driving the performance.
Okay, thanks.
Senator Dilbert.
If the travel tends to go east to west, is there any tendency north or south and north?
Yeah, I mean, Denver's a huge market for us out in the western part of the state. There are some other destinations, I mean, other origin markets. For example, Dallas is looking pretty good. We do an annual market analysis of all 210. They're called DMAs. They're called designated marketing areas. And we rank them on an annual basis, taking into a number of different things. And markets are starting to pop up. Dallas is popping up some. Interestingly, we don't really advertise what's called on a spot market basis in Chicago. In other words, we don't direct anything in there. Some of the magazines we advertise in have some circulation there. So it's not that we don't get exposed there. But interestingly, Chicago in the last 2, maybe 3 years has just come up by itself in terms of people shopping. Our web traffic from Chicago, for example, is up. So that's why we said now is the time to look at these things, because if we can lay into a market in Chicago and a couple of those other large areas, we're going to just basically double the eyeballs we have. And I'm pretty sure you're going to see the same kind of growth.
One last question. Would any of that be due to Nebraskan exports, as far as people, families that move out to specific areas in the country? Would any of those eyeballs back looking by traveling, or would any percentage of that, has there been tracked, be due to that?
You mean you're talking about former residents coming back?
Well, former residents, I mean, over many generations have moved out of Nebraska.
Absolutely.
Right? So
Yeah.
do they locate in specific areas in the United States around Nebraska? And then there's a certain percentage that have been measured as far as those eyeballs, you say, like looking back to Nebraska?
I'm sure there's some of that, obviously. Look at, you know, when we go to different conferences across the country, I was just one in Detroit for the American Bus Association. People will come by our booth and say, when are the Huskers going to be back when they like, and they're not even from here. So sure, there are all kinds of people who come that way. I think what we're really doing, though, over the past X number of years is we're changing the perceptions of what people thought. Those perceptions were, going that another day, not good, but we're starting really to change those. Yeah.
Thank you.
Senator Erdman.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Rich, for coming. So when you advertise in these other locations, are you advertising Nebraska is not for everybody?
The what?
Are you advertising Nebraska is not for everybody when you do those advertising?
Sure. The theme line is still, honestly, it's not for anybody. If you want to know where that came from, if you're looking at it from a consumer standpoint, and just keep it in tourism right now. If you're a consumer in another state, other tourism advertising basically says everything for everybody. You'll find everything you want right here. And people really see that all the time. So there's no, what's called in marketing, there's no differentiation. To the consumer, all the states are the same because everybody's saying, hey, we got everything you want. And frankly, it's not true. So when I came here and found out all these interesting things like 50th place, if you look back at the visitor spending over a number of years, it had been flat for a decade. We did a lot of research and asked people the barriers for them coming here. And that was the flat, boring, nothing to do, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. So, and it's really tough for a marketer to do, is to acknowledge the perceptions that aren't positive toward you. But we felt the only way we could do it is to come up with something unexpected and surprising, and did it. And in fact, it's working, and it's really working.
What that means to me is keep going, Colorado's just ahead.
Huh?
I said, that's what it means to me. Don't stop now, Colorado's just around the corner.
Oh, yeah. Wow. I used to live in Colorado, and Colorado has its own set of problems right now. It's called over-tourism. It's true. And we don't have over-tourism here. And in fact, the western part of our state and it's why we invest a lot of money in Colorado, because off the Front Range, we're getting a boatload of traffic of people coming to Nebraska rather than going to the mountains, because frankly, they can't get there.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Director Rick.
Yes, sir.
And
thank you very much.
We'll open it up for other testimony regarding Nebraska Tourism Commission budget. Welcome.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Robert Sabin, R-O-B-E-R-T, S as in Sam, A, B as in boy, I, and as in Nancy, Robert Sabin. I am the newly appointed chair of the Nebraska Tourism Commission. I am also, by day, general manager of the Hilton Omaha, which is Nebraska's largest hotel. I also am the president of the Metro Hospitality Association, which is a Omaha Metro Association for hotels and hospitality businesses. So I am here today to respectfully ask that you support the Nebraska tourism requests. Number one, increase the Tourism Commission spending limit from $7.4 million to $10 million. And two, a one-time injection of marketing funds of $5 million per year for the next 2 years. My district, Omaha District 7, will be adding, renovating, and expanding world-class tourism assets in both 2023 and 2024. It is essential that the Nebraska Tourism Commission help with building interest nationally and internationally to visit these tremendous destinations. Many of these destinations materialize through extraordinary and combined efforts of the philanthropic, private, and government communities. The Jocelyn expansion, the Steelhouse, Kiewit Luminarium, and the Omaha Riverfront Revitalization Project are the headline new destinations. These will coexist with already fantastic areas of interest like the Henry Doorly Zoo, College World Series events, the Durham Museum, and world-class breweries, distilleries, and dining. Attracting visitors to these soon-to-be legendary attractions will also act as a gateway to all of Nebraska. As the data overwhelmingly supports, people are highly interested to visit Nebraska. To the stunning Fort Robinson State Park, the historic Willa Cather Museum in Red Cloud, the Stir Museum of the Prairie Pioneer in Grand Island, and the modern amenities of the Mahoney State Park. These are just a few of the incredible attractions that deserve increased marketing efforts. You know, they have that famous phrase, build it and they will come. Well, it's just not effective. We need to build it, market it, and then they will come. The state improved its tourism position 4 to 5 spots over the last 4 years out of the 50 states. Now is the time, and the time is critical, to approve more flexibility for the Nebraska Tourism Commission to market these new Omaha destinations and many other areas throughout the state. The benefits of the increased tourism to the state's economy are well documented by the Tourism Commission and numerous studies by accredited third parties. You know, I also want to note that I came from the state of Illinois about 5 years ago, and we were just talking about that. And I'm on the marketing committee, and I've really have been one to push that Nebraska is not very well known in a state that's relatively close, and we could certainly market to Illinois and Chicago. And once people find out what an amazing city this is, and an amazing state, or city in Omaha is, and a state Nebraska is, I know that we will get more people to this state and generate more tourism. And more tourism is probably equals more visitors. Not only more visitors, but probably more residents. The state of Illinois, when I was there, was very active in the marketing campaigns for tourism there, and consistently showed a 7-to-1 to 13-to-1 return on investment when you put marketing dollars and bring it back to the economy. As well, being at the Hilton Omaha, we consistently bring people to that attract people to come and do conventions and events in the city of Omaha. And every time we bring somebody in, they go, I did not know what Nebraska had to offer. So we have a great opportunity to get out there and market this state and show what a great state it is. Thank you for your consideration.
Any questions from the committee? Oh, Senator Urban.
Senator Clemens, I have one question. Are you in favor of the streetcar?
The streetcar? Name desire?
No.
Oh, the one that's going downtown.
Yeah, the one named Desire.
Yeah, some find it desirable. I certainly find it a great means to connect the University of Nebraska Omaha to the city core and to the events that are going to be going downtown. And being right across the street of all those amazing events, whether it's College World Series or the things that go on at CHI Center, I couldn't be more for it.
So the answer is yes?
Yes.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Are there other testifiers regarding Nebraska Tourism Commission? Welcome, sir.
Good to be here, sir. Senator Clemens and the Appropriations Committee, my name is Roger Jasnock, R-O-G-E-R, last name J-A-S-N-O-C-H. My day job is Director of the Kearney Visitors Bureau. I also serve on the Nebraska Tourism Commission as past chairman of the board, and also serve as a member of the Nebraska Travel Association. I'm here before you to urge your support for increasing the spending authority from 7.4 million to 10 million, which would allow the Tourism Commission, as we exceed the spending authority, we would be able to invest in marketing and advertising dollars to bring more travelers to our state. I also support the funding of the $5 million a year for each year in the upcoming biennium. These dollars would also help us compete with surrounding states advertising and marketing Nebraska as a destination. Director Ricks briefly summarized the growth in tourism that the commission has had. I would urge the Appropriations Committee to consider what increases had been experienced by the McCooks and the Norfolks and the Yorks of Nebraska from the standpoint of their increased income would help attract travelers to our state also. The increased activity, Kearney's no exception to that. For 21 versus 22, we had a 27% increase, which put us pre-COVID, if you will. Appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony for you this afternoon and would answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from the committee? Senator Gover.
In marketing campaigns, a lot of times, and I'm sure it varies as opposed to whatever you're selling, but there's a time frame in which you start the campaign and then it becomes effective, and then at that point it continues on at a higher level. And so my question to you is the $5 million increase for 2 years, when is that $5 million expected to be maximized as far as effectiveness in the return?
That would be a question for John Ricks with the Tourism Commission.
Okay.
But I would say that would be immediate gratification. As soon as we can implement a logical campaign, that would be implemented as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there other testifiers regarding Nebraska Tourism Commission? All right. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Clements and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Steve, S-T-E-V-E, Malley, M-A-L-Y. I'm here today representing the Nebraska Travel Association Board, which I sit on, and I am the treasurer of. I'm here today in support of the Tourism Commission's request to increase their spending authority to $10 million so we could make the most out of record level of lodging taxes being collected. As Mr. John Ricks mentioned, visitor spend and lodging taxes are at all-time highs. 8 of our last 10 months have been record months. In fact, the old watermark that many in the industry assumed would never be touched again was when the Great American Eclipse came through back in August of 2017. It was called the Super Bowl of tourism, and it was because Nebraska is one of the top places in the entire world to view the eclipse. The joke back then was Nebraska would never see those lodging tax numbers again unless there was another major eclipse that came through. However, through the Tourism Commission's efforts, they've already reached and passed that high water mark 4 times, and trends are showing it'll happen again soon. Through the Commission's efforts, people are strongly considering visiting Nebraska for their next vacation, where prior to their efforts, Nebraska ranked dead last in consideration, and people are now showing up in droves. This year, the Commission is estimating their lodging tax will come in at $7.46 million, as Mr. Ricks discussed, already outside of their existing spending limit. By the end of the fiscal year of 2025, these projections will total $9 million. This massive increase is due to the dedicated vision and support of the Tourism Commission. The Commission needs the ability to utilize these funds to continue to promote the great state that we live in. Without this increase, the money will be swept into the general fund, where it will not be used for its intended purpose. As a tourism saying goes, if you build a place people want to visit, you will build a place people want to live. If you build a place where people want to live, you'll build a place where people want to work. If you build a place where people want to work, you will build a place where business needs to be. If you build a place where business has to be, you'll build a place where people have to visit. Tourism and economic development go hand in hand. We need to give the Commission the authority to spend the revenue it generates to attract more people to Nebraska, both for the short term and the long term. Secondly, and this ties directly into my last comments, I want to mention my support for additional $5 million in funding each year of the upcoming biennium. As Mr. Ricks mentioned, we are at a competitive disadvantage with our current budget compared to our national and regional peers. Our peers that border us, their average marketing budget is $7.7 million, which is more than our Commission's total budget. Even Iowa, which I'm sure we can all agree on, has been verified as the worst state ever, has a budget larger than Nebraska's, and their budget is by far the smallest ever neighboring states. Doubling down on a proven process and system that the Tourism Commission has defined is one of the few ways we can actually show a return on the money that you will be allocating. It will help propel Nebraska forward rapidly in this changing competitive market. It will allow the Tourism Commission to attract new families to visit Nebraska they currently don't have the budget to reach. It is time to fully fund the 3rd largest industry in our state and bring in new tax revenue that otherwise would simply fly right over us. Thank you for your time, and open if you have any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Thank you for your testimony. Other testifiers regarding Nebraska Tourism Commission? Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Clements and members of the Appropriations Committee. I am Rich Otto, R-I-C-H-O-T-T-O, testifying in support of the Tourism Commission budget. On behalf of the Nebraska Hospitality Association, just briefly for senators, the Hospitality Association is new. It was a merger of the Restaurant Association and the Hotel and Motel Association 2 years ago, so that name may be a new state association for you. Many of the Nebraska Hospitality Association's members do collect and remit the lodging tax. The 1% state lodging tax funds nearly all of the Tourism Commission's budget, or well over 90%. as the commissioner said, we've seen good momentum, 8 of the last 10 months are record setting. Our members agree with that. The big thing here is we want to see that spending cap raised to the 10 million. We think it's appropriate. Our members are collecting and remitting these dollars that they are able to actually be spent. And so with that, I just encourage you to increase the spending cap and would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? If none, thank you for your testimony. Other testifiers regarding Nebraska Tourism Commission? Seeing none, we have position comments for the record. 6 proponents, no opponents, no one neutral. And that concludes our agency hearings. We're going to switch to bill hearings today. And we'll welcome Senator Aguilar, but would you give us a couple of minutes here to get our notebooks switched over? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Clarence. Members of the esteemed Appropriations Committee. My name is State Senator Ray Aguilar, and that's spelled R-A-Y. Okay.
The clerk needs to give us some of our notebooks. This is just the budget here, this book. It's $5.5 billion there.
I remember where I was.
Give or take.
Give or take.
This is a fun set.
Perfect for you.
What? No, I'm okay.
All right, I believe we're ready. We'll open the hearing for LB 80, Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Chairman Clements, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Ray Aguilar, and that's spelled Ray, R-A-Y, Aguilar, A-G-U-I-L-A-R, and I represent the 35th Legislative District. Today, I'm here to introduce LB 80, which is a bill designed to acquire $8 million in funding for the renovation and upgrading of the Grand Island Veterans Cemetery. There has been a need for an upgrading Grand Island Veterans Cemetery for a long time. When I am finished with my opening statement, Don Chuda from the Hall County Veterans Service Office will describe the long process that he and many others have gone through to attempt to acquire the funds on both the state and federal level. He will also show design plans for the project. My mission today is to explore possible funding mechanism for this bill. As originally written, LB 80 was designed to draw $8 million from the general fund. After the governor's initial $2 billion budget was released, we learned that the governor said there would be no room for this project to be funded from the general fund. I am introducing Amendment AM 605, which changes the general fund language of LB 80 to the Nebraska Veterans Aid Fund. Along with the amendment, I have included a handout describing what the fund is and how we could possibly use it for this project. The Nebraska Veterans Aid Fund was established back in 1921. It is an obscure fund that was established to assist veterans and their dependents who are experiencing financial hardships. There is currently $58 million in that fund. On page 2 of the handout is an email from bill drafters to my office showing possible routes that we could go to fund LB 80. One would be to use Amendment AM 605 as we have done. Then attach an A bill, which would divert the money from the Veterans Aid Fund. There would be 2 other routes listed in this email, but both involve taking money from the general fund. Page 4 of the handout is an email from the fiscal office suggesting we take funds from the cash reserve fund and transfer them to the Nebraska Capital Construction Fund. I will be meeting with Governor Pillen later this week to discuss a possible path forward. Colleagues, I ask that you consider whether to support this bill, as well as how to fund it. That we don't forget the underlying purpose of LB 80. The men and women who will benefit the most from this bill are no longer with us. These are men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice to protect our freedoms and our way of life. When our country asked for their service, they bravely stepped up to answer the call. They gave us their all. We owe them nothing less. I ask the committee to advance LB 80 to the floor and show the governor there is a strong desire in this body to move this project forward. I thank you for your time, and I will attempt to ask any questions that you may have.
Other questions from the committee? Senator Armendariz?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator, for being here. I don't know if you can answer this.
Could you get a little closer to the mic? I have trouble here.
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me better? I'm not sure if you can answer this or the testifier after you, but transferring the money from the Nebraska aid to the Veterans Fund, do you have a lot of support from those veterans that might take advantage
Yes,
of
we've
that
explored
fund?
all those options. We've talked to every group we could talk to, and they're all very much in favor of it,
Okay, so you have support from the veterans that they can move that over to
Absolutely.
the cemetery?
including John Hilgert, by the way.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? That was going to be my question too, if the director, Hilgert, was supporting using the Veterans Aid Fund for this purpose. Did he indicate support
Yes.
for the Veterans
Yes.
Aid?
Now, we haven't spoken with the governor about that, but everybody else is on board and ready to go with it. So we're very hopeful.
And have you researched that that is a legitimate purpose of that fund?
No,
But
all we're
We
asking
may
for
need
is
to
the
look.
$8 million, and it's a one-time expenditure. We're not going to ask for anything more.
And who is the owner of that cemetery property? Oh,
State
we'll
of
get that
Nebraska,
to-
I'm sure.
Okay, we'll get that from Mr. Shudas. All right, other questions? Thank you, Senator Aguilar.
Thank you.
Next, we'll take proponents for LB 80. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Clements and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Donald, D-O-N-A-L-D, Shuda, S-H-U-D-A. I am currently the Hall, Howard, Nance, and Sherman County Veteran Service Officer. I also serve as the chairman for the Hall County Hero Flight Association. Our initial purpose was to send veterans to Washington, D.C. to visit the monuments and memorials that were built in their honor on a 3-day trip. However, our mission changed. In 2019, we saw an avenue to perhaps make the Grand Island Veterans Home Cemetery into a state veteran cemetery. The current ownership of that cemetery is the city of Grand Island. I am here to speak in favor of and support of LB 80, and the packet that is being distributed provides information relating to the Central Nebraska State Veteran Cemetery project. Plans have already been drawn as Nebraska is well prepared to move forward in the construction of this cemetery. There already exists the former Nebraska Veterans Home Cemetery of those veterans buried there. The city of Grand Island has graciously moved to donate the existing cemetery with an additional 20 acres of land for an eternal resting place for our veterans once the funds are available for construction. Grand Island is a perfect location between Omaha and Fort McPherson for family members to visit their loved ones who served this great nation. It is the ideal distance as recognized by the VA for a veterans cemetery. As we know, the VA won't allow a veterans cemetery to be built within 72 miles of each other, whether it be a state veterans cemetery or a national cemetery. LB 80 has the support of the County Veteran Service Officers Association of Nebraska. Of all the service officers that attended our fall school in October of 22, there was a vote and no one opposed that motion to use the funds from the Nebraska Veterans Aid Program. The desire to build or create a Central Nebraska Veterans Cemetery actually first started around 2009, so this has been a long process. When the Alliance State Cemetery project was being considered, the Alliance project was completed in 2010 with a cost below $4 million. Today, we are talking about needing $8 million for the same size project in Grand Island. If we wait another 10 years for the project to get started, we may be looking at 16 million or more to provide a veterans with a state veteran cemetery. The Grand Island project was finally proposed in 2019 with the support of then Senator Dan Quick, who introduced LB 911. That bill passed the legislature without a dissenting vote, and Governor Pete Ricketts signed it into law. Central Nebraska raised the 10% required match, which was presented to the State Department of Veterans Affairs in July of 21 in the amount of $750,000. In October of 2021, Nebraska was listed as number 1 on the VA priority list for funding from the feds. Last year, 22 in October, we dropped to number 3 with Texas and Oklahoma moving ahead of us. There was no funding for new construction of state veteran cemeteries in 21 or 22. It is my belief that Nebraska will continue to fall behind those states that are larger and have more veterans. I have learned that the state of New Mexico has waited 10 years and is still waiting for their funds for the construction of a veteran cemetery. California has also waited several years for VA funding. When LB 80 was first introduced, it was always the intention of us to use funds from the Nebraska Veterans Aid Fund account for this project. Those funds were established in 1921 with an initial amount of $2 million. Today, as your packet does indicate, there's approximately $58 million in that fund. And the NVA fund can only be used for a monthly expense in an emergency situation of a veteran or their immediately family member, which might be rent, utilities, fuel, medical bill, and burial allowances. So it's never been used for anything else. To my knowledge, this is the first time that anyone is making a request to use that principle to be used for any other purpose than what its intended purpose was. However, using it for a Nebraska State Veteran Cemetery project seems like an appropriate use of those funds. It was intended for the veterans and their families, and that would be a continuation of those funds. However, those funds would only be used for the interest of it. No principal from it, no state tax dollars would be used. The much needed veterans project could then move forward. I ask for your support of the passage of LB 80 and allow for the construction of the Nebraska State Veteran Cemetery project to begin in 2023 if possible. And I'd be glad to answer any questions. I could talk some more, but I see a red light. So,
Are there questions from the committee? Senator Erdman?
Thank you, Senator Clements. Thank you for coming. So City of Grand Island owns this cemetery?
yes, and when the Veterans Home closed in Grand Island, the land, the buildings, and the cemetery was given to the city of Grand Island. Since that time, the building site has been transferred to the Lotus Group out of Lincoln here for apartments and the apartments of the building site. The city of Grand Island still owns that cemetery. They contract out the maintenance of that cemetery. So we met with the mayor and the city council members, one's present today, and we met with the mayor and city council members who agreed to donate an additional 20 acres of the existing 9+ acres of the cemetery to create the state veteran cemetery. Now, from my understanding, the initial understanding was hopefully this would get done in 5 years. So, we're already in our 3rd year, and somebody might say, well, why the urgency? Why rush this thing? Well, this is 3, next year is 4, and with the new administration, that changes, whether it be city council, city mayors, county boards, or whatever. I guess I would like to ensure that this project is done with the current administration, so we know that the 20 acres is going to the state of Nebraska for the 20 acres and the 9 to make the state veteran cemetery. There's an ordinance that was passed by the city council to approve the 20-acre transfer plus the existing cemetery acreage. And as we know, we wait some more, it's going to increase in cost, double.
So then I can conclude from that the Grand Island's contribution is the land?
Yes.
Okay. So I see the buildings here that you're going to build on the 3rd or 4th page.
Right.
Page 3. So what about the maintenance, the ongoing upkeep and the maintenance and the utilities? Who's going to pay those?
Well, once the cemetery is created, whether the VA funded it, or in this case, Nebraska funds it, the ownership and the maintenance and the jurisdiction falls under the state of Nebraska Department of Veterans Affairs. It would be under the guidelines of upkeep, under the VA guidelines, as far as the mowing, the maintenance, the appearance of the markers, and everything would still fall under the guidelines of the VA rules and regulations.
So in your bill, you're saying this is a one-time contribution of $8 million?
To build the cemetery.
Right. So
Yes.
the ongoing operations has to come from somewhere.
What I indicated from the state of Nebraska Department of Veterans Affairs. And I think if you look at the fiscal note on LB 80, that's indicated in there. And I don't know if you have the fiscal note. I just copied it off earlier at the office. Because on the fiscal note, it talks about the superintendent of the cemetery and the maintenance workers and such.
210,000. All right, thank you.
Other questions? Senator Lippert-Gott. Oh.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Thank you for being here. And maybe because I was out of the room a little bit when
Sure.
Senator Aguilar testified, but you're talking about one-time general fund appropriation of $8 million.
Correct, but since there's the amendment of 605, the amendment says from the Nebraska Veterans Aid Fund.
Yes, that was what I wanted clarification on. So you're proposing with this amendment then that there wouldn't be out of the general fund, it would be out of the
Nebraska Veterans Aid Fund.
Veteran Aid Fund.
And to clarify some of that, if you look in the packet I provided, it shows you the $57,057,900,000, and it shows you the interest earned each year. Now, we're using about $1 million of that interest for the assistance for our veterans on a monthly basis. And if you look at that, if I remember correctly, we're earning about $2 million a year in interest. So there's more than sufficient funds to build the cemetery and still provide for our maintenance veterans on a monthly maintenance emergency situation.
Maybe the positive thing for you is interest rates are going up nationally.
And it won't take long to build this fund back.
Increase, yeah, that's just
58 million.
A positive thought.
And again, we're only using about half the interest that's being earned in the fund currently.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Senator Armendariz.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And that was kind of what my question was going to be, how much of the interest is used every year, and you've answered that question. Where did the original money come from to fund
Well, in
that fund?
1921, when other states were giving bonuses to veterans as they were discharged from the military, Nebraska chose to create the Nebraska Veterans Aid Fund in 21. The initial investment from the tax dollars was $2 million at that time.
And how do you, Trying to think of how to ask that question.
Just ask it.
I'll come back to it. You anticipate to use the rest of that interest then?
I'm sorry?
You anticipate to use the rest of that interest to fund the ongoing costs?
No.
Okay.
Of
so
the cemetery, you mean?
So you're bringing down the,
We're taking the 8 million from the principal, actually.
okay.
Yes.
And that would still
That
give
still
you
would
enough
give $50 million,
interest?
correct.
And that would still provide
Correct.
you enough interest?
In my opinion, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Senator Lippincott?
What is the acreage of the present cemetery?
If, I'm gonna be off just a little bit, about 9.7 acres, I believe it is.
So this would more than double.
I'm sorry?
This 20 acres would more than double the present size, correct?
Correct. Mhm.
Yep.
And there's a little over 1,400 burials in the current existing cemetery. Again, it's owned by the city of Grand Island, and there's no burials being performed there currently.
And the other 3 cemeteries, what's the vacancy or how much more space do they have? in the
Well,
other-
Alliance is 20 acres in Alliance, a state veteran cemetery. And I believe, and I'm not real sure on Omaha, it was over 100 acres, 120 maybe. I'm going to be off on that when they built that national cemetery in Omaha. Yeah.
And they have extra room at those cemeteries right now?
Oh, absolutely, because Omaha is a brand new cemetery, and Fort McPherson has room, and so does Alliance. And if you look at the VA regulations, you got to project your burial usage out for about 50 years. Mhm.
Senator Vargas?
Thank you very much. Do you know a little bit about this aid fund, the Nebraska Veterans Aid Fund? What are the expenditures from this every single year?
I'm sorry, what is spent each year?
The expenditures, yeah. What expenditures are coming out of this aid fund
yeah,
every single year?
Like I'd indicated earlier, it's generating about $2 million in interest earnings. We're using about $1 million of that is all.
Okay, about $1 million.
Yes. Mhm. And that's for rent, house payment, utilities, dental, eyeglasses, hearing aids, medical bills, and burial in case the family can't afford a burial.
Has it been increasing the use of those funds? Has it been $1 million?
It's been pretty consistent, and it's in your packet for the last 3 years.
Yeah,
And those numbers were provided by Director Hilgert, John Hilgert.
My only concern, I like that this is, being creative about utilizing these funds. I think it's smart, is if we take down the principal, if we start taking down the principal, or we allow a new use of funds within this cash fund, or not cash fund, but this specific fund, that we can affect the long-term interest, and we might have to come back and then put general funds towards this. That's my only concern.
Well, and that is a concern, and it's a good thought to have. And if you look at the last 3 years, though, we haven't had that problem, and it's not been used, other than the 1 year was even 900 and some thousand that was used. But other than that, it's around $1 million used each year, and we're generating $2 million. And now with the interest going up, as I think one of you gentlemen said, it'll increase that even.
Yeah, we just want to make sure that the fund that was originally
It's
intended
sufficient to do its purpose.
is sufficient to do its purpose.
And absolutely is a concern, but
And this
I
won't
mean,
be-
if you were to ask Director Hilgert, I think he would tell you that it's all right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I want to make sure future senators
Exactly.
are not looking
No,
at
I
this
don't
fund
mind.
to take away
No, but
funds for some intended purpose.
it's sufficient for it.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for allowing me to be here today.
Other proponents for LB 80?
Well, good afternoon, Chairman Clemens and members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Chuck Haase, CHUCKHAASE, and I'm representing the city of Grand Island in support of LB 80. I'm a 15-year member of the Grand Island City Council. I'm a 22-year retired Army veteran. I'm a 45-year American Legion member. I'm a member of the Nebraska ESGR, the Employer Support of Guard and Reserve.
I'm a member of the Nebraska Military Retiree Association. My wife and I are hoping to be buried in the Grand Island Veterans Cemetery, and we're asking for your support. My wife has lived in Grand Island her whole life, and I have lived in Grand Island all of my adult life. We chose Grand Island, like many veterans just like us. We choose Grand Island Veterans Cemetery for our final resting place. As a retired Army soldier, I can go 2 hours to the east to Omaha. I can go 2 hours to the west to Maxwell or Fort McPherson. But then what would happen is when my wife and I are buried there, I'm going to have to ask my family to drive just to put flowers on my grave 4 hours, 2 hours one direction and another 2 hours back. It's not ideal. What I think is ideal for our family is that across Nebraska, where you have Omaha, you drive 2 hours to Grand Island, which makes sense geographically. You drive another 2 hours to Maxwell. You could drive another 2.5 hours, you'd be in Alliance. Those would be the 4 cemetery choices, including Grand Island. The city of Grand Island has accepted the maintenance responsibility for that 10 acres from the Nebraska Veterans Home. That cemetery exists today. And Grand Island has supported this all along. Every one of the community groups that I am a participant in, including the city council, supports the project. The American Legion supports the project. And on behalf of the city of Grand Island and the significant number of veterans and their families, we all ask for your help and your support of LB 80. Thank you for allowing my testimony today.
Questions from the committee? I have one. I was told there was about $750,000 raised for matching funds for the federal allocation. Is that money available to add to this 8 million, or will it be used? So
I probably
we'll have
defer, but
I have another testifier to do that.
yeah, I mean, I was aware of the money. My wife and I had contributed to be a part of that because the whole community is supportive of that.
We'll
and
get
willing
to that later, yeah. Then Grand Island City has been maintaining this property since it was acquired.
Right, there's about 10 acres there that we've been maintaining, and we're going to add an additional 20 acres that wraps around that. And if the Grand Island City Cemetery ever gets to its full capacity, which is, we've had that discussion many times over the last 15 years, then we'll wrap that around that as well. And so it really it's ideal for planning purposes. So
the fiscal note says in the future, it's estimated about $210,000 of maintenance expense for a manager and staff. Is that something Grand Island would contribute toward?
I think Grand Island would support whatever the solutions are. You know, we're currently doing it now. We have other cemetery locations. The reason we hire the maintenance on that 10-acre site is because geographically, it's not next to our existing cemetery. And we don't have the ability to transport everything up and down on the street. So it's just easier to contract it. But as we move forward, the future looking is that we will actually be a part of that whole site and the development of that site.
And is the Grand Island City Council prepared to donate this land to the state of Nebraska?
Yes, they've already voted for that.
They have
to do that.
Just wanted to get that on the record.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Other proponents for LB 80?
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Naranjo. It's DANIEL, NARANJO. Sometimes in our district, I have people approach me about legislative issues, and they've confused me for a much younger Senator Ray Aguilar. But it's all good. I am here and asking for your support of LB 80. Senator Clements, before I get started, the $750,000 that was raised by the local community is setting in the Nebraska State Veterans Administration's funds there with John Hildreth. The $750,000 was asked to be raised. That was part of 10% of when we were approached to try to receive federal funds, federal funding for this project, of which Mr. Shuda had mentioned that we were kind of put on the back burner. This may be a project that would take several years before that approval. The money is still there, and it is still there for us to use once this cemetery is built.
Okay.
Again, my name is Dan. I have had the privilege of serving veterans' families in the Grand Island area as a funeral director for over 39 years now. The Nebraska Veterans Aid Fund, again, was established in 1921. It was to assist veterans' families and so forth. From my perspective, it assists families in need of financial assistance for burial purposes and or cremation. And so we do utilize this fund of the, again, the $2 million that's available, the $1 million that was shown that's being used partly for funeral assistance as well. Again, the current value is $58 million, and this, the mission of the group that I belong to, which is the Hall County Hero Flight, as Mr. Shuda had mentioned, we were established to for all the hero flights to Washington, D.C., which we sent veterans for 3 days, an amazing experience for them. And now our mission is turning to help form this Grand Island Veteran Cemetery into the Nebraska State Veteran Cemetery. My perspective as a funeral director in the area is a little different, okay? Throughout my career in central Nebraska, we have assisted, again, many families with burials when it was the former Grand Island Veterans Home Cemetery. And that cemetery was just for burial of members of that veteran's home. No other veterans, just you had to be a resident, which were called members of the veteran's home. As a funeral director, one of my greatest concerns when the former Governor Heinemann's administration decided to move the veteran cemetery to another city was what will happen to the over 1,400 veterans buried at this cemetery. You could move the home, but you can't move the cemetery. Again, I'm going to give you my opinion, which is very jaded when it comes to this. Currently, my funeral home, and I'm sure others, we house ashes right now of spouses of members who are buried in that cemetery, because right now the cemetery is in limbo. We cannot have any burials until this is all taken care of. Our Nebraska legislature, the 108th Nebraska legislature, along with our current governor, has the ability, in my opinion, to right a wrong. Okay. The cemetery has been vacated for too long now. We need to do something about it. Passage of the legislative bill 80 will give authorization to utilize money which is already there. We are asking again for the expansion and development of the 20 acres, spending $800 million, excuse me, $8 million, not 800, $8 million of the already $58 million there that's going to be added to and so forth. The community of Grand Island, our veterans, we've done our due diligence in preparations. I appreciated Senator Erdman's comments and questions earlier about, okay, who's going to take care of the cemetery once it's built? Again, that will be through the Nebraska, John Hildreth's office with the Nebraska Veterans Service Office. That'll be part of that. So that's something we have to consider as well. But we have the cemetery already, again, with over 1,400 veterans buried there. Something needs to be done. I'm very proud of the community that raised the $750,000. The committee that has worked diligently in trying to get this accomplished and passed. And so again, we thank you for your attention, and we just ask for the passage of LB 80. Any questions?
Any questions from the committee? Saying none, thank you for your testimony. We have other proponents for LB 80.
I do have a question.
Oh, excuse me.
Sorry.
Senator
Yes, sir.
Dover.
I don't know anything about your profession, but what's the process for moving someone who's been interned?
It's not an easy process for what's referred to as disinterment from one cemetery to another. Could be quite expensive logistically, and also it would have to be handled through the state of Nebraska, whether it be a casket burial or even cremated ashes. You still have to go through the legalities of disinterment.
And how far would they be would they be moved?
I don't see that as an option.
No. How far would they be? I just don't know how far the locations are apart.
Right now, we wouldn't be moving anyone, once the cemetery is established. We're just going to be adding to the cemetery for new burials. And that's one thing I probably should address a little bit too. Cemetery interments are much different now than they were 10 years ago. Our cremation rate in the state of Nebraska will be about 60%, maybe 70% in some areas. So we're doing a lot more burials and entombment of ashes than we are of casketed remains, which requires less space, which will add to the longevity of a cemetery such as this.
Thank you.
Gave you more answer than what you're asking.
No, it's
Sorry.
good. Thank you.
All right, Senator Lippincott.
You mentioned ashes that are in limbo right now.
Mhm.
Approximately how many are there?
And I can only speak for myself. We have right around 4 or 5, but to me, 1 is too many where we can't do anything with them. And, the aged at the Nebraska Veterans Home that was in Grand Island, their spouses may have passed several years ago, and now with the passing of this, they know they want to be buried together. We just can't do it. Thank God for cremation. So.
All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Now, additional proponents for LB 80.
Doug Brown, DOUGBROWN. I'm retired military. I used to be able to say that half my life was in the military, but now I've got so old that it's not anymore. But I was born and raised in Grand Island. All generations of my family have been in Grand Island. We're all military, and we all want to rest in Grand Island. Before I came here today, I went up to and visited a friend in the ICU, and he's a Vietnam vet. And he said, "Go, Master Chief, get him. I want to be buried in Grand Island." And you know what? That's the need, and that's the urgency, is people right now, every day we're losing brothers and sisters in arms, and we need to put them to rest. Their last deployment should be where they want to have it. Any questions?
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Other proponents for LB 80? Welcome.
Hello, Chairman and Senators. My name is Jay Vavricek, spelled J-A-Y. Last name is V like Victory, A, V like Victory, R-I-C-E-K. I think the last time I appeared before the Appropriations Committee was about 10 years ago, when it was being sought a funding of $40 million to potentially remodel, upgrade, and potentially relocate the Grand Island Veterans Home. So I've learned from legislation, but also I've learned that indeed public input is so important, and I would just urge you to support LB 80 as amended, which indicates that the site for this investment would indeed be in Grand Island. So let me speak first off, as a former mayor a couple times in Grand Island, private citizen before, private citizen today, but I do have a longstanding history of involvement in our community and have been working with veteran services in a number of ways. And where I'm going with this is that the site is really hallowed ground. When you look back to the history of the Grand Island Veterans Home, the former Soldiers and Sailors Home, 140 years ago, people in my community stepped up and provided the ground, and then it was legislatively approved. and our community served that would probably for over 140 years. Since the relocations occurred, I think the fervor and spirit of that ground is still very much alive from what our forefathers thought and inspired 150 years ago. So when you look specifically at the site, let me speak on 2 points. The specific site, the city of Grand Island taxpayers have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars on arterials, relocation of utilities, any number of things. It's now designated as Veterans Memorial Avenue. Also during that time, it's been the site of hundreds of events, from speakers to, in fact, myself and a number of individuals brought the Vietnam Traveling Wall twice there. It's been the scene of senior high parades, Northwest parades, any number of things. It is revered as sacred from that standpoint of honoring veterans. In some of the comments earlier about fundraising, I'm just reminded the chapel in the former Grand Island Veterans Home was privately funded, and there were different names on there of individuals that wanted to see that happen. So there's no doubt there's going to be continued memorials and other ways to honor veterans once this is approved. The importance of coming to you today is approving $8 million from the Nebraska Veterans Aid Fund would give some certainty for development. The city of Grand Island's using 20 acres that it received from the state's endowment, and that investment's probably $300,000 to $500,000. When you look at the $750,000 that's already been raised, we're proud of what's been accomplished, and that included funds from the Hall County government itself, as well as funds from the city of Kearney. And when I talk about the city of Kearney, it's been a great location to host veterans member services there in a modern facility. It needed to occur with a modern facility. But yet the members there will go ahead and also be well served with a designation that's geographically close to Kearney. And the geographic location does fill a gap between Alliance and what the state has on the eastern side of the state. Specifically, I mentioned the improvements that taxpayers have made. It's close to a medical facility, St. Francis Medical Facility. There's also a proposed medical facility there on Capitol Avenue as well. It's also near where you can have some companionship of the United Veterans Home, of United Veterans Club. And it's not too far from the VA hospital, which is there not too far away. So let me just close with this in that moving this forward to your colleagues for a sound decision is what we ask of you today, knowing the funds will indeed be as amended to occur from the Nebraska Veterans Aid Fund for $8 million. It will provide the certainty to move forward, and we can then move forward with a facility that you're going to be proud of. And I think lastly, it's symbolic. And I know each one of you appreciate the service and sacrifice of veterans. And you probably, like myself, have unfortunately tried to aid the comfort of a mother who's lost someone that's been killed in action. And when you see what that does and the heartbreak that occurs, it dawned on me, really, when you look at an interment or where you rest perpetually, is indeed to honor that person's sacrifice. But it's also, I think, a designation much like Arlington. It's a home for heroes. And I think there's going to be some comfort for those people that have seen that ultimate sacrifice from before and going forward in a place that will honor Nebraska. So from that standpoint, please pass this forward as amended for your colleagues to determine. And finally, I appreciate your leadership and service so very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I will, and I digress from my public comments, but I will leave those if you care to look at those later on. So,
all right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are there additional proponents for LB 80?
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Mullally. That's ERIC MULLALLY. I'm in Colfax County Veteran Service Officer in Skyler. I'm here in support of LB 80. I'm also a member of the County Veteran Service Officer Association of Nebraska, and I also represent that organization at the Nebraska Veterans Council. As Mr. Shuda had indicated, our association was made aware of LB 80 and the intention of using Nebraska Veterans Aid funds for that purpose. Mr. Hilgert with Nebraska Department of Veterans Affairs has tried to get federal funding for this cemetery for the last couple of years to no avail. And at our last conference we had in the fall of last year, it was brought before a vote, and all of our membership had voted in favor of taking $8 million from the Nebraska Veterans Aid Fund in support of this endeavor. We also discussed it at the Nebraska Veterans Council. The Nebraska Veterans Council is composed of members of all the different veterans organizations, American Legion, VFW, AMVETS, DAV, and many others. And at that last meeting we had, it was made one of our priority bills that we brought up on Veterans Legislative Day that we just held here at the Capitol. So there's a lot of support in favor of LB 80, and I highly encourage this committee to move it forward.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for coming. Thank you for your testimony. Additional proponents? Welcome.
Thank you, Senators. My name is Gary, Gary Quant, Quandt. I'm a Hall County Commissioner. I'm also a diehard veteran supporter. My dad, Clarence, was a Korean War veteran, and our families had a motto. My grandfather, my dad, whatever, we've had a motto, and I gave everyone a copy for your office. It says, take care of your elderly and your veterans because they've already taken care of us. And that's the way I believe all Nebraskans should be. I think if you're an older Nebraskan, you probably remember Pearl Harbor and how it affected the country. Our men and women of our country stood up for our country that day, like they do all the time. If you're a younger Nebraskan, you probably remember 9/11 and how the country pulled together and its veterans once again stood up for our country. I'm in support of LB 80. I believe Nebraskans have always supported our veterans. I believe Nebraskans have always supported our veterans in life and death and their families. I believe it's the right thing to do. I believe, the city of Grand Island's taking care of the veteran cemetery. Once the veterans home left, I believe Nebraskans left that cemetery unattended. And I believe we owe it to the 1,400 veterans and their family members that are there. We owe them to step up and put this veteran cemetery back on the map and have our 1,400 veterans plus the rest of them be honored in the way that they need to be done. Like I said, I've been a veteran supporter all my life. You've probably seen it. I've even set up on top of the courthouse for a while to honor our veterans, which they need to be served. I'm in support of LB 80. I'm in support of the amendment to LB 80, and I think it's the right thing for all Nebraskans to do is support our veterans. I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your
Thank
testimony.
you. Thank you for your service.
Are there other proponents for LB 80? Are there any opponents on LB 80? Seeing none, is there anyone here in the neutral capacity? All right, seeing none, I need to get to my positions. I have 5 proponent for the hearing record for LB 80, and one opponent and no neutrals. Oh, Senator Aguilar, welcome to close.
I believe I'll close. Thank you. I just want to thank you for your attention today. And I definitely want to publicly thank all the testifiers, the veterans and their families who come down to testify. It's great to see a turnout like this. It kind of shows what we're all about in Grand Island, what we care about and what's important to us. I went out for breakfast Sunday, and a little old lady come walking by my booth. And she says, Senator Ray, I have my husband at home in a vase on the mantle. He's waiting for you to pass LB 80. Let's do it, guys.
Any questions for Senator? Seeing none, thank you, Senator. And thank you, all you veterans. We appreciate your service. we very much do, and thank you for your testimony. That concludes LB 80. And I can. And we will move on.
You like his haircut? Looks younger. Hey, you look younger. I'll take it. Hey, it's on the
Not unless you move.
Yeah, I know where my is, yeah. A little bit drive from Northwood.
Just wait a minute.
Northwood, right, up by Royal area.
All right, we'll now open the hearing for LB 609. Senator McDonald. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Clements. And members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is Mike McDonald. I'm KEMCDONNELL, represent Legislative District 5, South Omaha. Today, I'm here to request your support for LB 609, a bill that seeks to appropriate $2.5 million from the general fund to the Department of Veterans Affairs Program 511. This funding will be used to award a grant to a nonprofit organization for the purpose of completing construction on a memorial in Nebraska to honor the 396 military personnel who were killed in action during the Vietnam War. The Vietnam War was an important event in American history, and it is an important event for us as Nebraskans to recognize and honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice while serving their country. Currently, Nebraska is the only state without a Vietnam memorial, and this project would provide a fitting tribute to our fallen heroes. The Vietnam Memorial will also help to preserve the memory of those who served, provide a place for reflection and education, attract tourists, and support local businesses in Sarpy County. By supporting this bill, we can ensure that Nebraska honors its heroes with dignity and respect. You know, we're going to talk about some numbers here today. We're going to talk about 396 Nebraskans that went to Vietnam and didn't come home. We're going to talk about 40,000 that served during that time frame from Nebraska that did come home and weren't treated, I don't think, appropriately by their government or by a number of citizens after their return. We're also going to talk about $4.8 million that the people behind me have raised, trying to come up with a $7.2 million for a memorial. It's going to be a beautiful memorial, but it's not enough. It's not enough. And here they are back asking us now to give them $2.5 million to have a place to go to remember those that made the ultimate sacrifice and make sure that people don't forget that sacrifice. There's a number of people going to testify after me today. And I'm honored to bring this legislation, but also I don't think it should be necessary that we be the last state out of 50 states to recognize their sacrifice and their service to our country. I'm here to answer your questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Senator Erdman.
Oh, I missed that. Senator Erdman.
Senator Clemens, thank you. Thank you, Senator McDonald. So where do you have an idea where this might be located?
Yes, and as we've learned over the years as senators, we write bills based on the, it's going to be located in Papillion. They've already started construction. They have, this has been going on for a number of years, which also I think is a sad statement based on us as a state of Nebraska. Again, being the last state to have a memorial for the Vietnam fallen. But also, yes, it's ongoing right now in Papillion, and they've started construction and they've raised or had pledges up to $4.8 million to complete the $7.2 million memorial. They need another approximately $2.5 million.
Okay, so that's why you got the 2.5. That'd be the amount to complete it.
Yes, and I have a spreadsheet to hand out to all of you also.
How soon will that? What's the intended completion date?
Well, as soon as possible, but they cannot continue without the 2.5. They have pledges and they have cash on hand,
but they need the 2.5 from the state of Nebraska to be able to continue.
Is there a private donation? Is that 4.2?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. And I believe it's approximately 4.8, but I'll get you the breakdown.
Okay.
Other questions? Seeing none, we'll have the first proponent for LB 609 come forward. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Appropriations Committee. My name is Lisa Cuevas Jorgensen, Lisa, CUE, V as in Victor, AS, JORGEN, SEN. I'm the Vice President of the Nebraska Vietnam Veterans Memorial Foundation Board of Directors. I'm here in support of LB 609. The completion of this memorial, which actually honors 400 Nebraskans killed in action during the Vietnam War, is an important and urgent act of honor and gratitude to the lost futures of those who were killed, the sacrifices of their families, and to our still living Vietnam veterans. Our Vietnam veterans, whose current numbers are expected to be diminished by 50% by the year 2030, were denied a hero's welcome when they returned. And many today suffer from the effects of Agent Orange, live with addiction, suffer homelessness, and struggle with mental illness, including what we now know as PTSD. I'm the niece of a Vietnam veteran. My uncle, Raymond Osufka, from Duncan, Nebraska, joined the Army, doing only what his country asked him to do. He served and was lucky enough to return home, where he settled in Omaha. On the outside, his life looked good. He had a good job in construction. He had a wife and 2 small children. He had family and friends who loved him dearly. However, the demons that came back with him from his service took their toll, and he died by suicide in May 1976. Nearly 47 years after his death, our family still lives with the grief and confusion such a death can cause. While we cannot fathom the continued grief and sense of loss that the families of our Nebraska KIAs must still suffer, we have been fortunate enough to hear from several regarding this memorial. The family of Mickey Pearson, a Wausau, Nebraska native who served in the Army, has visited the site of the memorial and supports its construction. Last night, Judy Gronborg Durkheising, the widow of Captain Martin Gronborg, an Army helicopter pilot from Omaha, Nebraska, wrote this to George Abbott, our foundation's secretary-treasurer. Hi, George. This is Judy Gronborg Durkheising. I have been very ill with COVID and unfortunately missed the noon deadline today to get my comments into the bill by noon today for tomorrow's hearing. I pulled myself out of bed to get the support comment entered and just realized I missed the opportunity. If I had made the deadline, this is what I would have said. We, as a Nebraska family who has had our loved one killed in action in 1971 on his second tour, urges you to support LB 609. My husband, Captain Martin Gronborg, flew helicopters and was so proud to serve his country. The completion of the memorial is important for all the families who had a loved one die, but also for the many Nebraska veterans who served and did not come home to a warm welcome for their sacrifice. It is time to let all our veterans know how much Nebraska appreciates their service. Martin's family has grown with grandchildren and great-grandchildren. All know about Grandpa Marty and all the stories he shared. The memorial, with its many educational components, will keep alive knowledge of the Vietnam War and the Nebraskans that served for generations to come. Thank you for your support. Judy Gronborg Durkheising and family members. As you've heard, Nebraska is the only state which does not have a dedicated statewide Vietnam War Veterans Memorial. This bill, this appropriation, will change that. We've all heard the military ethos, leave no man behind. This memorial is meant to leave no Nebraska Vietnam veteran behind. This memorial will provide a lasting visual acknowledgement of the sacrifices made by those lost and the sacrifices made by their families. This memorial will provide a reverent space for those still living to come and reflect and hopefully experience some healing. This memorial will provide a historical record and an educational experience so that we and future Nebraskans will never forget our heroes of the Vietnam War. It is my hope that you will join us in this effort and support LB 609. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Are there additional proponents for LB 609?
Good afternoon, members of the Appropriations Committee and Senator Clements. My name is Thomas Brown. I am the president of the Nebraska Vietnam Veterans Memorial Foundation. That's Thomas, Thomas, W. Brown, Brown. I am here to ask for your support for LB 609. I am asking you to support this bill, which will help to complete the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, which will be located in Papillion, Nebraska. The memorial will honor the 396 Nebraskans killed in Vietnam and the 4 Nebraskans killed in the sinking of the USS Evans. This will be a dedicated statewide memorial honoring Nebraska's Vietnam veterans, including U.S. Army Major Dale R. Puris, a native of Pender, Nebraska, the first Nebraskan killed and the second American killed in Vietnam. To date, Nebraska is the only state that does not have a dedicated Vietnam memorial. I am a combat Marine veteran with 24 months served in Vietnam. I have been involved with this project from 2017 until the present. This is a $7.3 million project, and LB 609 will appropriate $2.5 million in assistance to complete this project. Fundraising has been extremely difficult since the pandemic in 2020. During the past 7 years, the Nebraska veteran population has declined from 144,000 to 113,000 in 2022. According to the governor, every state surrounding Nebraska has lost from 2 to 12% of their veteran population, while Nebraska has lost 21%. I urge you to support LB 609 to affirm your respect and value for veterans, especially those who were so poorly treated upon their return. We are an aging group of veterans in our 60s and 70s, and we need to be able to build this memorial as soon as possible. In the last year and a half, we have lost 2 of our board members, one to a stroke and the other to leukemia. Both were caused by exposure to Agent Orange. Over 34,000 Vietnam veterans nationwide have died from Agent Orange exposure. Today, as we speak, our Secretary Treasurer is at UNMC getting a heart valve replacement. Damage to his heart is attributed to Agent Orange he was exposed to during the war. I myself am 77 years old and also suffer from Agent Orange related health issues. The completion of this memorial is an important part of the healing process for our veterans, healing from the visible and invisible injuries that we have sustained. Please support this bill that we, who are doing what our country asked of us, but that did not receive the acknowledgement we had hoped can be recognized and stand proud of our service. This memorial will become an important destination site in Nebraska, as well as a Nebraska state memorial. We would like to begin construction of the memorial in June or July of this year and open on March 29th of 2024, which is National Vietnam Veterans Day. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. Are there questions from the committee? I'll just give you one comment for myself.
Sir.
I was eligible for the Vietnam draft in 1973, but President Nixon ended the draft and spared me by 3 months. And you guys who served in my place, I salute you. And thank you very much for your service and for your testimony.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
Next proponent.
Senator Clements, thank you very much. My name is David, D-A-V-I-D, Black, B-L-A-C-K. I didn't intend to testify today, so I don't have a handout for you. But I'm the mayor of City of Papillion, and I get emotional on this topic, so forgive me. I also represent the United Cities of Sarpy County, which is Bellevue, La Vista, Gretna, Springfield, and Papillion. And they're in support as well, so I'm speaking on behalf of both. Just a couple of thoughts I had as I was sitting out there. One is some of the other testimony on the earlier bills reminded me of a couple of things. One was tourism. Some of the best memorials I think in the nation are in our small towns across Nebraska. We've been accumulating a list of those, and that's a tourism activity of itself to go see those. Palmer, Nebraska, I mean, they're in the small towns. And Papillion had 2 young men that were killed in Afghanistan. And we started building our own little memorial because we didn't want to forget. And we've been doing incremental enhancements to that every year with our city dollars. And it's now about 10 years old, very mature, and we think it's one of the best in the state. But when the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Foundation, they had started doing, they had come up with a design, they were doing site selection. I think they'd had pledges of about $1 million. And that's about the time Papillion was introduced to them. And it very quickly, we got on board with their vision and that we needed to honor the Vietnam vets. I'm not old enough for the draft. I was the first year of selective service, so I was in that gap. But I'm old enough to remember the names scrolling by on the TV every night. So when they talk about the 396, that rang a lot of bells. And then, so with that, very quickly, when we started understanding their vision, the city of Papillion, we thought, had an ideal site. We have a couple of acres. If you're familiar with Papillion, it's about 108th and Highway 370. We have an outdoor amphitheater that seats about 1,500 people, 300 permanent seats, Sumter Amphitheater. It's 3 miles from the Omaha National Cemetery, which is in our jurisdiction, and it's 1 mile from the newest VA Community Living Center, which there's only 2 of those in Nebraska, and we just opened that in the last year. So for a lot of reasons, we thought it was an ideal location. And very quickly, we partnered with the foundation and we agreed to donate the land. So there's no cost of the land in this figure. And there was a lot of conversation in the prior things about trails and cemeteries, about maintenance. We put money into these things, but then we forget about them. The city of Papillion has already signed a 50-year memo of understanding, unanimously approved by the city council and the foundation's board, for the contribution of the land, but the foundation will do the capital raise, do the construction, and then our Parks Department will maintain it under that 50-year memo of understanding. And the foundation will raise a little bit of money for an endowment in case there's ever any issues on our side that we can't fund it. The endowment will help that, but our Parks Department will do the maintenance of it. So a long-term relationship, we've donated the land, we're agreeing to the maintenance. And then outside of the agreement, it wasn't called for, we committed another $200,000 to the project as well. If you think about the location, why Papillion? A 1-hour drive time from this location covers 100% of Omaha and Lincoln. I-80, I-29, but Scribner, Tacoma, Auburn, Tecumseh, Crete, David City is kind of that 1-hour radius. So I don't know, 85% of the state's population probably right in that area. One thought I had though is if there would be a need for an amendment, kind of a friendly one. I think the bill is written that it's for a not-for-profit for a Vietnam memorial. I think the only concern I would have is the bill gets passed and the Department of Veterans Affairs sees its appropriation and they start a grant program that people have to do an RFP and apply for and that type of thing. If there'd be an amendment that maybe would be specific to a shovel-ready public-private partnership, I think that would tie it to this project. So they had raised $1 million. And then that was the point we signed the 50-year memo of understanding. That was in 2020. Just since 2020 to now, because of that partnership, they've gotten to their 4.95 million. And then the reason for the 2.5, that originally would have covered the project. But you think of the last 2 years, supply chain, big costs going up and all that. That's what a lot of that 2.5 is. So if we get that 2.5, it's ready to start. We've already ordered a lot of the granite. And a key part of the story, I think, well, I see it's red, so I'll stop.
Are there any questions? Senator Erdman?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your comments. There is a memorial, there's a cemetery memorial at Bridgeport. Senator Clements has seen that. That's an outstanding memorial. If you haven't seen it or looked at it, take a look at Bridgeport Cemetery.
Yep. We've actually been growing because there are so many in the state, and we've learned that. We have a website up for our own Veterans Park, the Pavilions, veteranspark.org, and we've started a list of all of the veterans parks in Nebraska just because there are so many. It's a gem, and I don't think people understand it.
Yeah, it's nice.
So this says awarding a grant to a not-for-profit organization. Is that how you prefer it to be?
Well,
that way?
It is the Nebraska Vietnam Veterans Memorial Foundation, and they aren't a not-for-profit, so the bill's correct. I just put a little bit of my cynical hat on. Once it gets through the committee into the floor and it's passed, I could see an agency saying, well, we just got a $2.5 million appropriation for a grant to a not-for-profit, and they develop a whole program now for an RFP, and you've got to apply for it, you got to qualify. Our intent is if this passes, we're ready to start. So I think there's an amendment that just clarifies it's to a not-for-profit, but it's for a shovel-ready public-private partnership. I think that would then tie it specifically to this, and we could get moving immediately without a worry that it might divert somewhere else.
Any other questions?
Senator McDonald's the king of shovel-ready.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Black.
Thank you.
Other proponents for LB 609?
Hello, my name is Denny Hoshka, DENNY HOUSKA. I came from a patriotic family in David City. My father and his 4 boys all served in the service. I was in Vietnam for 14 and a half months. And when I got out of Vietnam, I moved to Kearney, and it's been our home for 50 years now. And I fell in love with Kearney, and it's a great place. I'm representing all Nebraska Vietnam veterans from Scottsbluff to Omaha. Gotta find my time. Valentine to Beaver City. I think when I first saw this monument being proposed, I thought just another Omaha thing and stuff like that. And sometimes that gets a little bit irritating, but it's not. It's located in. I did my research, and of the 400 people that died and give their all, 250 are from outstate Nebraska, and 150 are from the Omaha Metro corridor there. So it's really for all Nebraskans. It's actually for more of us out in outstate Nebraska than it is for the people thing, and it's right off I-80, easy to get at and stuff like that. So there are some things I like. I'm a proponent of supporting my local community, Kearney. Last year, I was chairman of the Nebraska Vietnam Veterans Reunion, and we hosted one of our most successful reunions in Kearney. We had 496 attendees. We had the Wall That Heals, traveling wall. We had 7,200 visitors to that. We got a grant from the Cope Foundation, and we give 69 veterans a ride in a helicopter. And some were like my friend Diddley. The last helicopter Diddley had was after he had 2 legs blown off by a hand grenade. And the medic in his unit saved his life by taking his shoestrings out of his shoes and putting them on his 2 stubs. And Diddley give his new lady a ride in a helicopter. It's a hell of a lot more fun than it was back in Vietnam. I'd like to thank Tom and George and the people that have put so much time into doing this. And I think it's time that they've kind of asked me to get some outstate Nebraska support, and I'm just 110% into this project. So I hope that you will consider giving them that last, from hearing today, this is a little bit of money, $2.5 million. You guys have big pockets or something. And finally, I'm going to give this to your clerk here. This here is the tiles that they're going to put on the wall and pavilion. You buy one and there's a QR code, and say if you had a friend that got killed in Vietnam, they'll do a story on him. They'll have pictures. The QR code will tell his story forever, and it'll be on this permanent tile on these things. And I would ask you, senators, to consider going back and finding somebody from Vietnam that give their life in your district, and go ahead and buy one of these tiles for that family. So I'm plugging for a little bit of money here, and I thank you for your consideration, and I thank you for like the service you do up here. God, this would drive me nuts. So thank you very much.
Are there any questions? Senator Dilber?
You know how many Nebraskans are MIA?
I can't tell you that. I think the 3 people that spoke before I did are real smart people, and I'm just a vet.
Other questions from the committee?
If I give this to her, could she give you a copy?
So, yeah, I did just want to reiterate, this looks like an Omaha project, but you're saying Vietnam veterans from across Nebraska are supportive of the location?
Yeah, and there's some animosity, because if you see like Grand Island, we got the home there. I mean, it was like I went to the VA medical clinic, and they had a coffee. Okay, I went up to this coffee, and I said I was from Kearney, and damn, it was like I threw a hand grenade in the room.
Oh.
And it was like these guys from this side, they're bitching, the vets are gonna die. It's not. I lasted 2 minutes, and I got out of there. So I know there's some hometown, we're first, do for that. But I'm saying there's also lots of us out here in all of Nebraska that are Vietnam veterans, and we want to come together and we want to support this project and let Nebraska not be that 50th state that didn't have a monument.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Other proponents for LB 609? Seeing none, are there any opponents on LB 609? Seeing none, anyone here in the neutral capacity? Seeing none. Senator McDonald, you're welcome to close.
Thank you, Senator Erdman, or I'm sorry, excuse me, Senator Clements. So the discussion today, and again, wanting to thank all those that served. We made the bill as narrow as we could with bill drafters. We put an emergency clause in there. We understand that the people behind us have been working on this since 2017, prior to that. And they're not fundraisers. They're veterans. And they're here to ask us for that help to finally finish this project, which I think we all know and that they deserve. And it's about time. And I appreciate their service, and I appreciate them coming down here today. And I hope we can support this bill to finally finish this memorial to honor them and their sacrifice and their service. Thank you.
Any questions for Senator? Saying none. Thank you. And we have position comments. We have 65 proponents, no opponents, no one neutral. And that closes LB 609. Again, we thank you, veterans, for your service. We'll now open the hearing for LB 744, Senator Erdman.
Thank you, Senator Clements and Appropriations Committee. I'm here today to present 744. Before I do that, let me state and spell my name.
Excuse me. Gentlemen, if you're going to visit, would you go out to the hallway, please? Yes, sir. All right, thank you.
My name is Steve Erdman, STEVE-ERDMAN. I represent District 47, and District 47 is 9 counties in the Panhandle of Nebraska. Today, I present to you a bill, 744, that is intended to set aside $10 million each year for reimbursement for damages caused by wildlife owned by the state. I had this bill a couple of years ago, very similar. It was $5 million a year. The damages that wildlife is causing are becoming more extreme. And so it is my intention to increase the amount of funding so that we can accomplish something once and help these people with the damages. Senator Brewer has a bill that is in natural resources that would describe and set out the parameters for disbursement of the money to pay for damages that wildlife cause. One of the issues that we continue to see is the population increase of wildlife in the state. Game and Parks is the agency that is to manage those wildlife to a degree that will not be burdensome for our taxpayers and our landowners, but that's not the case. So these animals destroy the alfalfa, they destroy the crops. They are absolutely destructive defenses. Some of the elk are. We have mountain lions that are becoming a nuisance. The wildlife is rampant. And so we have, according to some reports from Game and Park, we have about 2,000 elk in the state. And I showed you a picture there, the one on the very front. If you look at the very front picture, that picture was taken last week by our friend, Colonel Tom Brewer, from an airplane near Rushville. And if you blow that picture up, you take a chance to blow it up on your phone. There are 60 bull elk in that picture, one snapshot, 60 bull elk. So you say, wow, that's amazing. Well, in 2002, Game and Parks and the University of Nebraska had done a study in that area to see how many elk could be sustained by the landowners without being cost prohibitive or invasive on people's land. That number was 600. The number was 600 back in 2002. They knew that was the number that they should have under control. So I contend if there are 60 bull elk in that one picture, there are significantly more elk than 2,000 in the state. And you'll go through, if you go to the second picture, I think it is, where all the elk are standing on the hill, that's in Chadron, Nebraska. And so I think what's happening here is the Game and Parks have calculated that Erdman has 115 days left in the legislature. 55 this year and 60 next year, and we'll wait him out. And when he's gone, we'll continue to do what we've always done. And you would think after 5 or 6 years of arguing, trying to convince them to do something to manage the wildlife, that we'd have made some progress. And we don't seem to make any progress at all. And so those pictures that you see, the second group of pictures there, came from a gentleman in North Platte, okay? And you would think that the wildlife damages are extreme out in the western part of the state where I live, okay? This gentleman's name is Willis Rothmeyer, and he sent me that picture, those pictures, and he concluded that the damage from the wildlife, from the elk, was $112,000 to his operation, $112,000. There's a gentleman that lives near Reddington, Nebraska, which is in southern Morrill County. He sustains $110,000 to $120,000 every year from elk. Those animals are owned by the state of Nebraska. Game and Parks is charged with the management of those animals. They don't have a clue how many we have. They don't care how much damage these wildlife do to the farmers and the ranchers. This year has been an extremely difficult winter where I live. The snow has been deep. People have had to feed their cattle all winter long that they don't normally do. And they got to fight keeping the elk out of their stackyards and eating their hay. Mountain lions are increasing in number. People see them all the time. And when a mountain lion killed 2 goats out by Clinton, Nebraska, the Game and Parks game warden said it was a bobcat. I don't know about you, but bobcats don't crush goats' heads. Okay? So we continue to see Game and Parks turning a deaf ear to those people who have concerns about what wildlife are doing. They don't pay any attention to the damage that happens to these people. And if you look at those pictures, especially in the cornfield, you look what those elk did to that corn is on the ground. The issue with that corn being on the ground, if you put your cows out there, your cows eat too much corn and they die. So not only do you lose the corn from harvest, you also have the danger of killing your cows if you put them out there. The gentleman that lives in Reddington has to feed his cows supplemental feed so they don't overeat on the corn and die. Extra work, extra time, extra money. So the issue is, I would not like to have Game and Parks pay 1 dime of damages. Not 1 dime. That's not the goal. The goal is I want them to manage the wildlife in such a way that we don't have to. But until we get to that point, until we get to the place where they understand the significant damage these animals are doing, we've got to figure out a way to compensate these people for the damages that they're sustaining. Think about that and put yourself in those people's position. You raise a crop, you're ready to harvest it, you go out there and there's only 20% that you can get, or 30%, whatever it is. Some of those are worse than that. So the issue is manage the wildlife like they should be managed, figure out how many you have, and in those locations where you know what the number should be, get the number to that, get it to that number. And so they're going to come up here and they're going to tell you that they're doing everything they can, and they had a season during the summer and they shot so many elk or whatever they're going to tell you. The point is they're not interested in getting the numbers under control in an expedient manner that solves the problem. And until they solve the problem, I'm going to keep doing what I do, and they very well wait me out. They very well, because I've got 115 days left, and then it'll be free sailing for them because I don't know who else will pick it up. So I'm sick and tired of having to come and introduce bills like this to try to force them to do the job of managing the things they should manage. And we're supposed to give some money to them to manage a trail. All right? They can't manage what they got. Why would we give them more money to manage a trail? So am I a little frustrated? Yes, I am. Because I've been at this thing for a long time. And when I get those calls from those ranchers that those elk are eating their hay, they're destroying their crops, the antelope the same way, what am I supposed to do? So I'm sorry. That's what I tell them. I'm sorry. What can I do about it? At some point in time, we're going to get to the place where these people are going to start shooting them. That's a fact. Because when this economy turns down and these people having a tough time making agriculture and you're paying $250 for hay and those elk get on your hay and you can't feed it to your cows, push is going to come to shove and they're going to do some things that they're not very proud of. So I'm asking you to take $20 million in the next 2 years, 10 each year, set it aside for wildlife damages. That's all this does. And eventually they'll figure it out that once they start doing what they should do, we can ease up on them. But until then, we've got to put some pressure on them somehow. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Senator Over.
Why don't you just put forward a bill to have 500 deer tags instead of 236 deer tags, or elk tags, sorry. I mean, I could probably have more people vote for that one. I mean, there's a lot of hunters like shooting elk, but an elk tastes often a good to eat.
Yeah.
Especially if they're corn fed.
They have been charged to manage these wildlife, Senator Dover. And you'll see, I have a document here that shows all the permits and everything that they've issued. And so what they're doing is you have 2,100 elk is what they say we have. We probably have 8,000. But we have 2,100 elk. They issue 550 permits. This year they're going to issue more. Their success rate's probably 65, 70%. So if you have 2,000 elk, say you have 2,000 and 60% of those are cows, 60% of 2,000 is 1,200, have 1,200 elk. And say 60% of those have a calf that make it. All of a sudden you got 720 new elk this year than you had last year. And you shoot 380. So how does that decrease the population? You have to issue more permits and you have to kill more elk than are born so you can decrease the population. It's not rocket science. And when I was in business, when I farmed, I could never, ever manage something I couldn't measure. And if you have no idea how many you have, how do you manage it? That's a question we've been asking for 5 or 6 years. And so when we had a bill one day and Senator Chambers was here, he asked Jim Douglas, who used to be the director, how many mile lines do we have? And he hem-hawed around 4 or 5 times, and Douglas and Ernie Chambers finally said, have you ever answered a question without talking in circles? And he said, we have 50 in the Pine Ridge area. Well, I don't believe that for a second. I mean, I have gotten calls in the last couple of weeks, seen him out in McGrew, which is by Scotts Bluff, seen him in Banner County. These mountain lions are far more in more locations than they want to know. When I got this information from this gentleman in North Platte, I was shocked because I thought the elk were all out in my area. This guy's in North Platte. They're moving east. There's thousands of them.
We had elk on our farm ground by north.
Yeah, there's thousands of them. But they'll come here and they'll tell you they got some story they want to tell you. And we're going to collar some elk now. We've collared some elk, spent $1 million putting collars on them so we can tell where they go. I mean, and get your pickup and go out there and look. They're all over out there. I mean, Brewer puts his plane up in the air last Saturday and takes a picture of 60 bull elk in one place. How hard is it to find these things? There's snow on the ground. So it's mind-boggling what we're doing. But so that's why I keep harping that the Game and Parks to start managing these things like they should, and it falls on deaf ears.
Other questions? Seeing none, are there any other proponents for LB 744? Seeing none, are there any opponents on LB 744?
Good afternoon. My name's Timothy McCloy, TIMOTHY MCCOY. I'm the director of the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. In regards to the bill in front of you, I just want to point out a concern, and that concern is this is assigning funds to a program to be used as cash funds. When we look as an agency at all of those cash funds that are identified in the Wildlife Conservation Program, none of those have what we can see is authority or at least clear authority that can to be able to spend those dollars on wildlife damage, because every one of those funds in statute has definitions of what the agency can legally expend those funds on. And we refer to that internally on the types of things we do and how we pay for them as funding integrity. And I do think it's really important for us to do with our cash funds to follow that. Now, I know this is, there are, the other option that's out there is general funds, which clearly the legislature can delegate exactly how those funds are spent. But I don't think that's the interest here. And I'm not going to belabor any of those points. I will share, there were questions that I just heard about permits, elk permits, and where we've been and where we are. In 2019, when we started really pushing on this, we were issuing 122 bull tags across the entire state, 252 cow tags. 2022, we issued 228 bull tags, 745 cow tags, a total of 973 tags. We have continued to ramp up the antlerless elk pressure, and we will continue to do that. The information that I have from my wildlife division looking at, current population estimates right now is about 1,964 spread around the state. 793 of those are in what we refer to as the Pine Ridge units, which are Ash Creek, Bordeaux, and Hat Creek, with the majority of the elk being in that Bordeaux unit, has the largest herd size anywhere in the state. We're serious about staying on this, and we will. I'm happy to answer any other questions the committee may have.
Senator Dorn.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Thank you for being here again. You said 743 tags total in 2022. What was the success rate?
I don't actually have the current success rate because they haven't finalized that. Our elk season just ended at the end of January, and I'm not sought from my wildlife.
Do you know what approximately it was in 21 then?
No, the success rate, what we've saw happen is we've increased our number of permits. Our success rate is going down in terms of our antlerless only permits.
Probably, but if they're, I don't know if Senator Erdman's numbers are right or your numbers are right, that, we're having in the neighborhood of 2,000, and yet you have 900 tags, and then the success rate goes down, and I'm guessing 25%. If you use that number, you're only still getting rid of maybe 200 of those, 250 of those, and so yet the population is increasing, I guess. So
From the estimated counts we do, which there never can be a complete count. We were looking, last August, we were looking at about 2,570 elk. And so,
3,500.
2,500. We would
2,500.
we dropped down to 1964. So, our estimates indicate we are slowing this curve, but we're not slowing down on continuing this. We're going to be doing some other work. Our wildlife division is going to be changing our elk units, making the ones with the core areas where we've had these number of elk for a lot of times smaller. We're going to add other units around those where elk have been moving out to, and in doing that, increase our number of bull tags, and especially in those other areas where we get elk occasionally, but sometimes we get groups of elk that cause big problems, and then more cow tags in those units. We're not slowing down on trying to address this.
In our area, which is south of Lincoln down here a ways where I live, we have crop loss also from the deer, and some of these pictures are very vivid of what we have or whatever. We have basically whitetail who have about this wide of horns. And yet here you have bull elk that when they go through a cornfield, they have this wide of horns, and the possibility of damage is, I call it, a lot greater. When you see some of these pictures though that Senator Erdman had, and especially this one out of the plain and stuff, and if there's a group of 65 and most of these are bull elk, if that's grouped up in one group, so thank you there. On the front page, that was the one he was talking about. That I'm assuming not everything in 10-mile area come together for that picture or whatever. So there are areas out there where we definitely have strong population, and I guess that is what I'm asking. How do we control that then, or how are you going to, other than tags?
We continue to try and control it with tags. When we have damage complaints, we do offer damage control permits to landowners that allow them to shoot elk, and they can utilize other shooters. We've done that. We've done a lot of work on antlerless elk seasons, trying to actually, with many landowners having challenges with elk, trying to help guide and direct hunters that are looking to kill antlerless elk if they want them. we're gonna keep moving on this. We have to.
Well, and this is just a thought, if we charge more to out-of-state hunters to come hunt these elks, now we'd have that $10 million to appropriate out, and I'm being comical in a way, but I'm not.
We have a huge demand among residents for elk permits that we can't meet, so we keep putting those numbers up. I will say at this time of the year with elk, especially snow on the ground, you actually do get a lot of herding.
Yeah.
They tend to herd up at this time of the year. This is really interesting, and Senator Erdman had shared this with me, I think last week when we talked, showed the picture on his phone, all bulls, which is kind of a unique to see that big of a bachelor group. So really curious if I assume that's somewhere on that boundary of the Bordeaux unit, but I'm not sure what the exact location.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Other questions? Senator Armendariz.
Thank you. Thank you. With your current tactics, what date do you expect to have this under control to an acceptable level?
What's that?
What date do you expect to have this under control at an acceptable level?
Well, I would say the acceptable level is always going to be determined by the landowner. Each landowner has.
Do you know what the acceptable level would be? What an acceptable number of the herd would be?
To me, an acceptable level is really, if you're going to talk from a population level, we are, that is a hard number to hit. We have landowners that want as many elk as they can have on their property, and you have a neighbor that doesn't want it. So the balancing act is private landowners in many cases control a lot of how many elk there are going to be in the landscape.
So when it comes down to dollars being doled out by the state to recoup the damages, and we don't want to do that, are we pushed in the direction of getting it under control so that we don't have to expend money to do it?
We are pushing every way. I mean, we've been pushing more and more to get it under control and to get better ways to address damage issues when they're occurring. We've put damage biologists on the ground to try and, when those landowners contact us, to react, to help them with solutions, which can be kill tags. It can be supplies to fence off or put permanent fences around bale yards or stack yards where they're storing hay. We're trying to provide all sorts of tools. We can use hazing tools. They're called Zon guns that are loud noise makers that can help scare them out in certain areas. All of those tools work better at different times of the year. Elk and corn is the time that's the most challenging because they move in, they want to stay in those irrigated fields, and they really don't want to come out. And so we're going to keep working on this. I would say the challenge on the population estimate is always going to be what the landowner will tolerate. I can tell you our elk complaints continue to be at a high level, which leads us to continue to pay attention to this. An ideal place would be we didn't have any elk complaints.
So
I'm not sure if we can get there.
You're not sure that you can get to a goal where
there's zero complaints about elk, because we always have the issues of a landowner that wants to keep 150 as many elk as he can on his property, and his neighbor wants zero. And when they go across that fence, that tolerance line is really hard to narrow down.
Senator Dover.
I know there's some out-of-state landowners that like buffalo. They think that buffalo should roam free, and I'm guessing elk probably falls in there too. Do you see more of a preference of out-state landowners in Nebraska wanting to keep a lot of elk on their property?
We have some in Nebraska, although the non-resident elk, the only way to get it's the landowner, and they have to own over 1,000, and I'd have to pull that number out of my head. It's over 1,000 acres compared to what a resident would have. But we don't sell any over-the-counter non-resident tags right now in the state, just because we have so much in-state demand that we try to serve the residents before we start opening that up.
Yeah, that number I quoted earlier, 36 antlerless tags in 2020, but there were 1,700 applications for permits.
Right. For the, for the bull tags.
Right.
Yeah. And actually, we typically on our antlerless permits, on the ones that are available to the public, the other thing I have to point out for you that about 40% of those tags are for bulls, and for antlerless only go to landowners. They have a priority on that for their own separate draws with preference points. And typically, many landowners can get a cow tag, every year or every other year, depending on the unit.
Thank you.
Senator Lippincott.
Yes, sir. Do you need a permit to shoot a deer, elk, or mountain lion on your own property?
Yes, you do.
Thank you.
All right. Regarding the 970 tags you said you had, how many applications were there for 970 was given out?
I will have to I don't have the application information with me. I will share that with you and the entire committee on what that breakdown was, because I can get you a better breakdown also on the landowner permits.
And the landowner control permit, what's the limit on how many they could kill?
Well, we've issued those in a couple of different ways. Right now, how we've tried to address it is we go assess the damage and the number of elk that are there and work with the landowner, so they get a damage control permit. Sometimes if there's only a little bit of damage, it may be for 2 elk, it may be for 5, it may be for 10. They can identify shooters, typically usually up to 10. Those are reviewed by our law enforcement officers just to make sure they're okay. There's no charge for those what we call damage control permits. They're kill tags. And then they have then they or the people they choose have an opportunity to try and kill some of those elk, because one thing that we know is that sometimes just trying to get hazed doesn't work very well with wildlife, but when bullets start flying and animals start dropping, it seems to help.
They leave for other pastures.
Right.
Evidently. And what's your mountain lion control procedure currently?
Well, we have a mountain lion response plan that we respond anytime to any potential, complaint on mountain lions, in terms of especially livestock, of course. We also, in terms of the state statute, try to make sure people are reminded that a landowner has the right to protect themselves and their property, and they can shoot a lion if it's attacking or appears to be nearing attacking their livestock. But we've been tracking mountain lions and damage to livestock for probably the last 20 years. Livestock attacks are rare, but they do happen. And, there's one of the things we look at when we look at livestock attacks is we do a field necropsy to really specifically look at how the animal was killed. And if it's, because a lot of that is under the skin and the tissue. Senator Ehrman mentioned a comment with a goat that we thought was a bobcat, because it was, the width of the bite was for a goat. It was for a mountain lion. And I want to make sure that was one that we missed. There was a lion killed there. When somebody does have a lion attack, one of the options, they can request a tag to try and kill a mountain lion. We always offer to remove the lion, utilizing our staff and their skills. So when I look at the nine different incidents that we've had between 2014 and 2022, we've killed 7 of those. 7 of those mountain lions were killed, 5 by us. 1 by a landowner, and 1 by the USDA Wildlife Services, which is the most recent one. We also had a couple that By the time they found the evidence, we provided the landowner a permit, but there was really, the lion never came back. And we've had one individual who said he accidentally left his goats out, and he did not want us to try to track down the lion and kill it.
Is there an annual permit issued for hunters?
For hunters, yes, we do. Well, only in the Pine Ridge. We have a population estimate in the Pine Ridge that's 33 lions. We should be getting a new population here soon. A population estimate soon. We know we've got some cats in the Wildcat Hills, south of Scotts Bluff, because we've got 2 collared lions that are in that area right now. And I think the last report I had is we have 9 working collars on lions in the Pine Ridge and 7 in the Niobrara Valley. We've been trying to do work in the Niobrara Valley because we know that there's reproduction happening there, and we're trying to come up with population estimates to set a season.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Is there any other opponent on LB 744? Seeing none, is there anyone in the neutral capacity? Seeing none, you're welcome to close. Senator Erdman.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Here's the answer for the permits issued in 2000 and the success rate. They had applications of 5,654, and they issued 447 for bulls and 354 for cows, for a total of 501. And the harvest rate, the percentage was 134 on the bulls, 209 on the cows, for a success rate of 343 or 67%. 67% success.
What year was that?
2020.
2020.
So the good news is they get applications on 5,654, and there's a cost to make the application. They keep the money. They keep all of them. They don't send it back. So if you send your money in and you don't get selected, they don't send your application fee back. They keep it. Works pretty good. So Senator Armendariz, you heard him say that they'll probably never get to the place where there'll be no complaints. I contend if these animals belong to the state and a person has ownership of private property and something gets onto that property and destroys what you have, you should be compensated. And the Constitution says you can't take somebody's property without fair compensation. That's exactly what the Constitution says. And if you looked at those pictures, you would conclude that they took some of that guy's property without his permission or compensation. And so at some point in time, we have to figure out how to do that. So they complained about there not being a provision in that statute for them to make that appropriation out of that fund. Guess what? You're going to see an amendment. We're going to amend that statute so they can do that. We're going to amend it. I appreciate the hint. So we're going to amend the statute so they can pay for the damages. Because we'll never get to the place where there's no damages, and we'll never get to the place where the person who doesn't have any elk doesn't want any. He doesn't want any. If the guy next to him wants 500, that shouldn't be his obligation to take care of those animals because he wants them. This doesn't make sense what we're doing. It doesn't make sense. And so 901 permits, and so if they were successful 67%, that's about 640 head. We have more elk born this year than they're going to shoot. Does the population go down or does it go up? So your question was appropriate. How are you going to get it to the number they need to be? You have to kill more than are born. That's it. Simple. I got a friend who lives north of Shadron. She's called me several times. There's a mile of land lays on the snowdrift north of her house. They used to have about 30 chickens. They got 3 left. They called the game warden. Haven't heard back from them. I wonder what happened to them. Think the mountain lion may have gotten them? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe so. But you got to respond when people call in. say, hey, I got a mountain lion. Maybe you should come and look. Had a guy north of Crawford, had 100 turkeys come and eating all the feed out of his trough when he fed his heifers. Trying to get rid of 100 turkeys out of his place. It's amazing how much wildlife we have that these people are supposed to feed so somebody in Omaha or Lincoln or somewhere else can come and enjoy the outdoors and shoot something. Somebody's making a contribution to keep these things alive. So compensate them for it. So whatever they're doing is not working, okay? And it may be a good start, but they need to ramp it up to where they make a difference. Because a gentleman in North Platte, when I call him back and say, so sorry, you lost 112,000, I'm so sorry. Oh, by the way, your taxes are 112,000. He could have paid his taxes with the money he lost to the elk. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. But we'll fix that statute so we can take the money out of that account, and then they'll have something else. They can't do that. Can't do this.
Are there any other questions?
Thank you.
I had a question. Are you aware of people who want elk on their property?
Have I what?
Do you know of people who
Do I know of them? Yeah, I do
invite
know.
elk? And
I do know of
why
them.
do they want elk to be on the property?
They like elk, I guess. I mean, there are people that do want more elk, but you know what?
They're not on cropland though.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, they are.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They're right next door. They're right next door to the guy in Reddington. You know, so what they did when they shot him over there, they shot him, they just chased him over to his place and he didn't care. So it's okay. But in those locations where they shoot at him and they go to somebody else's property, they don't want him either. You know, and so you go in there. So they issued 50 permits back in 18 or 19, and they blamed it on me. I had nothing to do with it, but they blamed it on me. And they went out there with Game and Park shooters and other people. I think they shot 8. I mean, it's pretty easy to shoot the first one, and that's not too bad. But the third and fourth and those on down the road, you got to be pretty sharp to shoot them because they're going to be gone. So they go on to the other neighbor's property, and then you can't shoot them over there. Yeah. So, but it's a situation that animals belong to the state.
Senator Armendariz.
So you're saying that there are crop farmers that want them? Don't
Yeah.
they have $100,000 damage and
Yes,
it's okay with them?
it's okay.
Okay, so we're just trying to address the people it's not okay with.
That's right. I don't know. You can't force somebody to not want animals. You know what I mean? But the issue is, and the guy over there in Reddington said, they helped me. They chased them off my property, but that doesn't help my neighbors. Because they're not coming back over there because they shot at them. So unless I go shoot them at the neighbors and chase them somewhere else, and that spooking them away doesn't work. And it's peculiar what we do. But anyway, I will change the statute. I will make sure that we can get the 10 million out of there, and Senator Brewer gets his bill out of natural resources. Then we'll have something to talk about, and maybe we can figure out a way to get these under control because we're sure not doing it now.
All right, seeing no other questions, that concludes hearing for LB 744. And that concludes our agenda for today.